Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. It's Wednesday, February 8th. Uh, we had the State of the Union yesterday. Markets are looking red today. No coincidence there. Let me invite a couple people up and we'll get cracking. Sorry for the delay once again. And here we go.
Yeah, yesterday.
But means that I lost 2K in a YOLO.
Okay, what yellow was that?
Stocks.
You know what they say, the first one is free. Congratulations on your wins.
Well, you're super quiet, Hardy.
Again?
That was a little better.
Hold on, let me find.
There we go. That's great. That's good. Hardy.
Perfect. Yep.
All right, cool. So,
Did she say stonks, by the way?
She left. She's gone. I wasn't
Adios,
paying.
child.
maybe it was paper trading. We'll never know. So, good morning, everyone. What plays do we have to share today?
Yeah, so I'm going in CVX puts. Also going in the Thermo Fisher, that's TMO, as well as ILMN. As you know, they had a bad earnings yesterday. Going for the put side for healthcare, basically, all over the map. The Saudis said that gas and oil will be up next year tremendously. So looking for that put side on CVX. Hopefully Shell follows place. We will see, though. But I'm going to go on the BAC calls today, as well as JPM calls. And so, yeah, if you guys want to sell me any of those, feel free.
Funny you say that. I put down BP puts.
I digress.
Good morning, everyone. I am playing Hood Earnings this evening. I currently, as of Friday, opened up 25 calls at the $11 strike, expiry March 3rd. My average credit is 0.786. So, yeah, I'm bullish on Hood. I'm thinking that because of the influx of crypto users from the collapse of FTX, Robinhood's assets are going to be up, and because of the increased user count, revenue is going to be up. That's my thesis. Hopefully, I'll do well.
Sharing such a coherent thesis. What else does everyone else have?
Hey guys, I am trading Carvana. It's actually the most shortest stock. I don't know if lots of you are interested in this stock, but I think maybe there's some short squeeze potential, and the stock has been going wild these days. Volatility is crazy.
Oh, another play. So I hold, seriously bag hold a lot of Canopy Growth. I usually sell covered calls, but based on the fact that the options chain right now is really cheap, I haven't sold any. So basically, with that, I'm just thinking that based on that last quarter, they ended up doing much better than they've been doing. I'm holding out on selling any covered calls. So ultimately, bullish position on Canopy Growth. That's all.
Nobody interested in Carvana, or am I the only one here?
I mean, you think it's just going to keep moving?
Yes, I do, because really it has been so massively shorted. I think you can see everywhere that it has the most float short rate. And if you compare it maybe to Bad Bath and Beyond and all the craziness that's been happening, if Carvana gains a little bit more momentum and visibility, I think is an interesting play. I'm a little bit feeling weird that nobody maybe has ever spoken about this. Is why I'm here. I'm here just to take your intake and to see if you have been trading this stock or if it was popular here on WallStreetBets.
It was popular for a time because people were buying puts and then some people were buying calls to fuck the puts, and then they got lucky. Roughly a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So I'm of the opinion there's no more juice in this squeeze. Do you? I'm guessing you disagree.
Okay, clear.
Carvana has 58% of its float sold short.
Maybe they're right. It's going to go bankrupt, right?
Considering rates are going up, used car prices are coming down. I'm trying to understand the bullish scenario for Carvana, other than retard buying strength.
Oh no, it's pure retard. No, but like, no, of course, for sure. But the thing is, like, that's what we do, right? Like, I'm a little bit fed of Gay Bear.
Okay.
In all this mess and everything's going like sideways and nothing's interesting, Like, I think maybe it's the only play. Like, I would rather lose money on this play and look at things moving rather than just buy Apple, and just be here watching at the sideways.
I mean, Microsoft and Google both were up 4.5+%, or almost 4.5% for Microsoft yesterday. So, I mean, there's some, you can own some boring money producing tech and make money.
Yeah, you don't have to lose money.
Thank you.
Someone in the comments suggested Silvergate Capital, the bank that's associated with FTX, ticker SI, Sierra India.
Yeah, this one as well. I'm buying Carvana and SI.
Of course.
So I'm holding Disney long. I guess they're reporting earnings later. I'm expecting them to report pretty decent earnings for the fourth quarter. They hit their revenue mark for Avatar: The Way of the Water. It was $2 billion. So they hit that mark at the box office. They also had another movie in early January that came out, The Black Panther, that did pretty well. I think they're going to have a good quarter. So I think what I'm going to do is, as the price goes up a little bit on their earnings, I'm going to sell out of the money covered calls on my shares and collect the premiums on those. And then as the price reverts back to their mean, sort of, I'll be able to keep that premium and keep the shares. So that's going to be my play.
Yeah, that guy who just talked about Carvana. Yeah, I just bought a $1 put with a strike price of expiration is March 17th. So yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I've seen actually that this play has the most open interest. Like, $1 put, everybody has this play, but I think like it's very boring play. Like, I don't know, like, I'm here for some retard moves. Like, this is how GameStop or Bed Bath & Beyond have been able to survive. Like, otherwise
I didn't realize my $1 put was this boring play that everyone was doing. Huh.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's the most. It has so much open interest. And from past experience, I think when you have big positions of big open interest, usually it goes the opposite way. I don't say it's always the case. That's not at all what I'm saying, but it's just that, like, these kind of so popular trades usually go bad, and this is why I think maybe Carvana here can be like something interesting. I don't know. Like, I feel.
To Hardy's point, he said there's no more juice left in it. Don't you think the run up into the mid 30s last week was probably the best you're going to get out of a dying company?
You mean like this rally from 5 to 13?
No, it was much higher last week.
Yeah,
it was in
true.
the 30s. You know what I mean? Like, that was the play. If you held it through that or sold through that, I think that was probably where you were going to get the most movement. I mean, I'm not saying you can't make money on it. It's just a sucker's bet.
You mean as a bearish or bullish position?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm saying you saying is the most you could get as a bullish position or as a bearish position?
Just in general, I think he's saying that run up to 30 is probably the best you'll ever see from Carvana ever again.
Correct. Yeah,
So
nothing. There's not. Oh, go ahead, opinion.
So you think it's gonna get below 30 for a while now?
No, you're missing the point. No. That had when the price action moved up. Go ahead, opinion. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say let's move on and see some people getting a little bit tired of Carvana. I was indisposed for a little bit.
Yeah, sure. We can speak about all this stuff.
Hey guys, In-Phase beat earnings, like really knocked it out. It's like up 10%. Solar Edge is gonna do earnings in another week or so. Solar is gonna grow like gangbusters, but I have no idea how the short-term market thinks. If I were gonna do calls, I would get my feet wet and start doing some calls on this. But what do you guys think this stock is gonna do today?
So, and if Solar Edge went up in sympathy with Enphase, is there a higher probability that Solar Edge underperforms Enphase and therefore will drop back down? Because it's up, let's call it what, 0.8% in pre-market.
What, Solar Edge is up 0.8?
Yeah. So the news happened on Enphase, so you saw the news, right?
Yeah.
But Solar Edge, because they're in a similar industry and because earnings have yet to be announced, the assumption is that they will outperform earnings expectations, which is why they gapped up. I'm saying, is it possible, or is there a reasonable expectation that this inflated price in Solar Edge reflects enthusiasm that only Enphase gets to enjoy, or is the solar industry experiencing a rising tide?
Yeah, I think when they do the earnings, they like solar's a weird industry. People don't realize how fast it's growing. But so when earnings come out, it like pops way up, it sits up for a while, and then it fades out quickly. So I think there's a rising tide for the whole industry.
Hey, Hardy, sorry to. It actually is up. Solar Edge is up almost 5% in pre-market, and I clicked on the first 3 or 4 solar ones. They are all kind of getting a little bit of that sympathy raise, as you were saying.
So is this a potential mean reversion play where you buy puts because the sympathy is too strong, or do you think it can?
Well, last time the solar, like Enphase, was trading about 3. It's at 250 now. It was at 212, but it was at like 300 all-time highs for a month or so after its after the last earnings. So
it's 335 in pre-market right now, just to give you an idea. It's 335 right now in pre-market.
335?
Correct.
You sure?
So to Hardy's point,
Enphase?
No, Solar Edge. Excuse me.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So anyway, solar, it bumps up, stays up for a while, then it kind of fades back out. I know that holding the stock over 5 or 10 years is going to get you, it might be a 10 bagger, but I don't know how to do all these options and stuff. But it does stay up for a while, and then it fades out, and then the next earnings season it pops back up again, stays up for a month or two before you might put those puts. I don't know. I'm just trying to follow this stuff and learn it all, but
Yeah, historically, the past like 4 earnings, like we've been talking about Enphase running up on earnings, and then it continues usually for like a month or two, and then it slowly fades again till the next earnings. So it's continued it over and over again. So I wouldn't do puts quite yet, but you never know.
So Grunblau in the comments summarized it rather nicely. They basically said Enphase always throws a big party after earnings for solar stocks. Everything moons for about a week until Solar Edge walks through the living room and farts announcing their earnings. Every time this happens, puts on both, according to Grunblau.
Huh. Cool.
I love that analogy.
It describes things rather well. So
sounds like he was paying attention.
Is the play buy calls until Solar Edge reports?
Well,
so be smart.
Since Solar Edge is approaching their earnings, I would probably find ways to look for contracts that have high implied volatility, go long those contracts right up until earnings, which is on the 13th, if I remember correctly. So you've got roughly 2 days to experience implied volatility multiplied by Vega outpacing its theta, which is entirely possible in a very heated market like this.
Wait, I mean, Solar Edge might have had a reason for not doing as well last time. Like a new product came out and they had to work a bug out. They might be booming this quarter. I don't know.
Well, their earnings are on Monday. So between now and Monday, expect implied volatility to increase.
I got some plays on Tyson. I've been shouting them out cash secured puts at a $60 strike price for right now I'm doing the February 17th because they expire next Friday. I kind of don't mind if they get assigned, and they're popping up on implied volatility like crazy. Like Monday, I sold them for 95, bought them for 60. Then I tried to sell them for 65 and get out at 55 by the end of Monday, but I couldn't. Yesterday, they went all the way up to like 110 or 115, and then they went back down to like 49. I got out at 49, but I'm hoping that Tyson goes back down, takes a little bit of dip, so his puts can go back up today, and then I can sell them around 95 again. And if I do that, I'm probably just going to hold them because I'm going to sell 10 of them. So that's like $950 just to wait to buy shares till next Friday. So, there's that.
Tyson just had earnings, so their IV got crushed already. Just as a heads.
Gotcha. No, yeah, the IV did go crazy. That was probably what happened yesterday. But yeah, I did not actually check that they had earnings. I did know that they have a dividend declared, so I wanted to get in before the 28th of February so I could actually collect that dividend.
I don't know if you collected Oh, I see. You want to hold the shares by the 28th.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you for sharing. Someone in the comments asking about Baba and their ChatGPT competitor.
Ooh, it's quiet. Well, Google has one, Baba has one, Bing has the ChatGPT thing. Google announced that they're, what is it called, Bard? They're inviting all of their employees to get on Bard and start testing it because they're going to be launching it alongside their search engine. Baba's probably going to do the same thing. So AI is going to be the web browser of 2023.
So what was interesting about Google's announcement is they announced the presence of Bard powered by Lambda, but not the open public beta that OpenAI has announced. And so the longer Google waits, the better chance OpenAI has at securing a lead. Incidentally enough, in my other non-Wall Street Bet stuff, I've spent now maybe close to $3,000 on OpenAI's premium services, and the people who I put the content against can't seem to tell yet that it's written by AI. So that'll save me a good amount of money generating content for certain websites that I own. Until, of course, Google can detect that the content is written by AI and probably deranks the websites. So I'll need to flip them quickly.
Well, yeah, and they started charging for the premium version of ChatGPT for like $20 a month. So that's going to go up. You're 100% correct.
Oh, no. I'm using their DaVinci model, which is GPT-3.
So a different version, but I was going to say, even on that level, all these people can monetize it. To your point, Google only has a small audience, but they've got one of the largest data banks of information, though.
Oh, I agree. Google's index is absolutely massive, but it's also within their walled garden.
And
limited. No, I agree. Yeah, it's not for the.
And if you look at Team Blind and look at people's reactions to Bard and Lambda, or Lambda-powered Bard, they're saying it's not dramatically better than OpenAI's ChatGPT, which I believe is why the public preview has not been announced by Google, because they're trying to get something that's absolutely better than ChatGPT. So the fact that this relatively no-name startup is able to train the amount of data that they have is a little bit concerning and at least a little bit bearish for Google, because the dominance they used to enjoy on relevance appears to be approaching, or appears to have a viable competitor. And if you've used, I don't know if you have access to the beta, but if you've used the Bing-powered what do you call it? The Bing-powered OpenAI ChatGPT thing that's updated continually on Bing's latest index. You'll find that it's very good at providing the source, even if the source is incorrect. So at least you can you understand where the Bing flavored ChatGPT, I believe their code name is Prometheus, is getting its information from.
No, I agree, and I said it on the chat yesterday that email that came out from Google CEO or Alphabet CEO, basically they got caught with their pants down. You could tell they were like, "Oh God, like we've got to do something now." So I agree, Google is behind the eight ball a little bit on this.
Well, what they did was they invested in $300 million in a competitor to OpenAI, who may very well be on par with them.
It's interesting.
I had a question. You said you used ChatGPT to generate content for some of your websites.
No, he uses
no-
OpenAI.
Well, the point was, I wanted to ask if you could briefly explain, like, how do you make money generating content from it in order to like put up on your website?
So suppose I have a website that talks about options, right? It ranks for Google keywords on options, to which people eventually find it from search results and land on it. It used to cost me, let's say, $10 per 500 words. Now I spend relative pennies for those same 500 words that I can produce way more content for much less lower traffic keywords or more long tail keywords in order to boost the traffic and therefore the revenue of my websites by, let's say, 20%. Now keep in mind, websites buy and sell on a multiple. Not really that different from how stocks work. So if I'm able to buy a website earning $1,000 a month for a 30x multiple, so $30,000, I can I'm able to increase the revenue of that website to $2,000 a month in a 6-month time frame, and then convince someone to buy that website for a 30x multiple on that $2,000 a month, I effectively realize 30 months of revenue in 6 months. Does that make sense?
Somewhat, I think.
That's pretty much how private equity investing works. But in this case, I've scaled it down so that I can afford it, and I do it with websites.
Just want to say real quick, some people are saying there's like a feedback coming in. I heard it and then I exited and then I don't hear it anymore. So you might have to do that in the chat, guys. I don't know if it's someone directly, but that's what I did and I came back and I don't hear it anymore.
Yep, it's gone for me now. I just did that.
Yeah, confirmed. Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's Hardy's OpenAI listening to us. Hardy.
Apps. Their Whisper algorithm, interestingly enough, is quite effective at parsing audio. So, time permitting, maybe I go into the back catalog of talks that we've had on Reddit and get them all transcribed.
So, just out of curiosity, I did see the premium upgrade button. I don't mean to stay on this topic by any means, but it just now popped up yesterday on my ChatGPT, and I was just curious: is it worth it? Is it worth the $20?
If you use it regularly, yes. And I don't mean fooling around, like come up with an insult to this message or something like that. If you have like legitimate commercial use, it's absolutely worth it. But I think we've covered this topic enough. So Initial Hot's asking about Affirm calls. Affirm, what's your bull thesis? Because the last earnings, they had an expected loss of 87 cents per share. They lost only 86 cents per share, and the price went up. Let's see. Price went up about 30%, maybe a little more. Closer to 50, maybe. So, are you expecting a repeat Initial Hot, or could you please elaborate on your thesis? Because the current expected loss for Affirm is 94.5 cents against 416 million in revenue. Personally, It's entirely possible that the revenue for Affirm is up because a lot of discretionary buying on credit through Q4, but it's also unclear to what extent the defaults against that credit have gone up.
So I brought up Affirm yesterday, and I was going to bring it up again today. I was on the bearish side as well. The only bullish side I see is what you mentioned with the credit card debt at all-time highs or something. And then at the same time, consumer spending is pretty low right now too. So kind of 50-50 there. I believe the options are assuming a 22% move either direction for Affirm on earnings also.
So Affirm, if you were to buy the Strangle, it's about $3.20. So if you think the price will go above $20.40 or below what's that, $14, then go long the Strangle, otherwise short the Strangle. And this is an at-the-money Strangle, to be clear.
What's everybody's plays on Hood and PayPal?
Avoid like the plague.
So someone put a thesis out on Hood that with the collapse of FTX, a lot of crypto and a bunch of other crypto exchanges and brokerages, Robinhood's crypto deposit numbers went up because that was seen as a relative flight to safety. I don't know if I believe that, but other people believe it, and that's all it takes. And therefore bullish on earnings.
Yeah, the past few months, crypto's done well, so that could be another case.
Right, but they lost all their money in FTX. They didn't get anything back. So
Robinhood?
No, FTX. The crypto depositors who deposited to FTX, they lost their money. So how would they pull the money to deposit into Robinhood? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was just making another point that
Do you think they
Bitcoin
might
has
have
been
pulled?
up.
Do you think they might have pulled from these other exchanges that were starting to go under after the domino effect?
Well, if they were able to withdraw, yeah, but the vast majority of people were not able to withdraw. So I'm trying to understand where this large group of depositors came from. That's why
And I'm not really sure Robinhood is seen as some safe haven either. I think there's enough negative sentiment. You know what I mean? I think there's that too. If you're running for safety, Robinhood is not my first place that I'm thinking about.
So I know some folks that were using FTX and they were able to get out at least half of what they initially put into FTX. So they at least got something out.
Yeah, I think it's kind of speculative now, but because there's no like real true record keeping, it's just kind of like hearsay. So that's the unfortunate part.
Thoughts on PayPal?
Well, for me personally, I'm bullish on PayPal. I think PayPal has nowhere to go except for up. They're still in the space for eBay. A lot of people are talking about leaving Amazon and going to eBay for their buying habits, and that's one reason to stay on board with them. Another reason is they're still a peer-to-peer payment system, and yeah, that's about it.
Last earnings on PayPal, didn't they also announce stock buyback? I don't know when it starts, but I remember them saying something about buyback stock, which should push the price up.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know anything about the buyback, so I haven't personally looked into it. But if anybody wants to chime in on that on the comment section or on the talk, feel free.
No, but their earnings are tomorrow, so that's probably why you're seeing prices move on it. So I don't know, Hardy, if you want to speak to any. If you were bullish on PayPal, what would you do before going into earnings?
If you're okay, so let's look at PayPal's assuming you want to do this Wall Street Bets way, PayPal. So we look at the February 10 expiration, $83 calls. Let's see. The last traded price was $371. So you would need the price of PayPal to be at least 80. What's it? 82.74 plus 371, whatever that is.
It's like
at least
86.
86.45. So if you think net of earnings, the price is going to go past or above 86.45, you should buy the PayPal February 10 $83 calls, or adjust the strike for the same expiration based on your expectations, and just make sure that the strike price plus the premium you're paying is less than your expected move for PayPal. The market is currently pricing in, I think it's a $6 or up to maybe $7 move. Hold on, what's the puts? It's a 295 for the 82 puts and 371. The market's expecting a roughly $6.66 move on PayPal. So if you think earnings is going to be so amazing that it'll move outside that window, then buy that strangle. Otherwise, short it.
Thank you for that. The technical side of that, I appreciate it.
They are expecting a higher EPS than last quarter.
Weren't they just downgraded as a stock?
Perhaps, but keep in mind PayPal is now approaching the buy now. Well, tried to enter the buy now pay later business, so it's unclear how big a loss they're going to take, or what kind of reserves they've set aside in order to account for people who bought what was hot this Christmas? Bought a PS5, but couldn't afford it.
Like in a firm style, or are you talking about?
Yeah, that's anyway. That was my understanding of PayPal.
Yeah, and see, and if you look at their chart too, they look like one of the companies that don't make money, and they've made money, and they're making money. You know, I agree with you. They may have some ongoing costs or some losses, but I don't think a lot of the bad credit is going to hit yet. They've got a little time till those defaults start coming. But if that's a future risk, maybe that is one of the reasons the chart has been down in the last year. Just to play devil's advocate.
So Zerkbob, the reason, oh sorry, not Zerkbob, it's MR Black 77 or Mr. Black 77. Google down 4% pre-market. I think it's because of this Reuters article that came out about 20 minutes ago, stating that internally, Bard is not giving accurate answers. So unfortunately, the public will not be able to test this until Google releases it to the public, and I suspect this is part of their panic as Google's Bard does not appear to be as well trained as OpenAI's ChatGPT. Incidentally, Microsoft is also on the rise, so there may be room for a pairs trade in that sense. However, Microsoft's other diverse businesses may smooth out that relationship, at least on the search fund.
Oh wow! At the launch event, Google's Bard is giving wrong answers.
Well, a bullish idea on Microsoft during his interview yesterday with John Fort with CNBC. He talked about even if other people come in and try to grow their own AI, they're still going to make money off of Azure. So it's interesting. He's bullish even with competition coming in. He wants people to. I think that was kind of interesting. Bring that one step further. What chip company, the picks and axes play? Don't go for the AI company per se, but is there another secondary way you could play this?
You could probably do long Microsoft, short Google, with the understanding that you'd probably need to make sure that the the percentage difference between the two stocks is relatively consistent over time, except the last roughly month. Does Mashify asking where to learn the math about how the market's pricing in? You take the first out the money option in the direction you expect the price to go, and you add the premium to that strike. So, using PayPal as an example, $83 call currently costs $371 to enter. So the market expects between now and February 10, the price should go up to $671, or $86.71, plus whatever extrinsic value there is. So you can take that and apply it both directions if you were to buy a strangle. So you can get a sense of what's the safety net that market makers are pricing in based on earnings outcome.
Just wanted to mention something about this ChatGPT business, because that's similar to what I do for a living. So nothing's really special about ChatGPT. They have the recipes out. So the architecture is GPT-3, which was out, which is the same as GPT-2. But I mean, what they got an edge in to compare ChatGPT to GPT-3 was because they brought human in the loop to train them better. It wasn't just a automatic training, as it's called, self-supervised. But that's the only edge that they have right now, and it's Google can get it, everybody can get it. It's nothing proprietary about it. So I don't see them holding on to the lead of this for long. Maybe Google's behind to having some human labelers, but that's the only thing they're behind. Yeah.
That's the biggest difference. OpenAI, in their public research beta, is relying on, 300 million users actively providing feedback to the algorithm?
Correct. And at the beginning and before that, they used remember there's an Instruct GPT white paper that came out, and they used some other labels even before bringing it to the public to figure out which answers of ChatGPT was good, and it was improving it. It was that article of Kenyan workers working $2 an hour for OpenAI to label these. So they put a lot of human force behind it. So that's what's special at the moment. And I think everybody can reach that point.
But what other plays do we have to share?
I have another earnings play. Digital Turbine Apps. Ticker's APPS. There's another one similar to that, to not confuse anyone. So I'm pretty bullish on them. Last earnings, though, they went up 64%. The expected move on this one is 18%, either direction. I'm not sure if previous earnings will stall this current earnings movement, though. I'm curious if anybody has a bearish case or.
Wait, so can you explain why you're bullish on it? Was it because last quarter they went up 66%? Do you know why?
They had a can't remember exactly why they moved so high. I know they beat the last few times. I would say the last 4 they beat earnings. They were beat down real low. But I can't remember exactly what the news was on why they beat or why they went up significantly. But this stock used to be at like $56, and then it hit a low of 10. So it was a good player for a big move up. Now it's still sitting around that $16 range. So it hasn't moved much from last earnings.
Well, the IV is pretty high, so I don't know. Could go either way.
Yeah. I wouldn't play expirations this week. I'd probably do next week.
So, Dot Smash, if I asked, why Watson didn't have this level of popularity. And the simple reason is that when IBM commercialized Watson, it was done in very specific use cases. It wasn't done on a large language model the way OpenAI did with their ChatGPT or with their DaVinci or Babbage models. So Watson, at least at the time, and keep in mind Watson's what, 2009 or 2000 or 2010, something like that. The Watson technology, I'm sure, has come a long way, and I have no doubt the engineers that worked on Watson eventually found their way to OpenAI and Google. So who else has plays to share?
Hey guys, I think yesterday I mentioned about Oak Street Health and CSV. So is it CSV or CVS? CVS is reporting today, and I don't know if you guys can see it, but their analysts were 76 billion, and I think it's already out, and it's up to 83 billion, so it's already beat expectations by over, it looks like 10 billion, if that's correct. And Oak Street Health is already up 4.5%. So I think the collaboration between CVS and Oak Street Health may have some benefits. I'm not sure which direction, but it's going up right now.
I mean, I think the play on that Oak Tree Health is watch for it to stop going up. So wait for like 2 consecutive red days and then maybe go into puts there.
Yeah, that may be a good idea. But I think it's going to go up a bit more on the news because it's all fresh, and then the CVS earnings as well.
So I know we haven't talked about this quite yet, but I feel like the Biden speech yesterday gave a little bit of momentum for America manufacturing, as well as I guess you would say the optimism behind the future of the middle class. But politically, putting your like or don't like him aside, I wonder how that will pan out for us for this month. You guys think there's any bullish moves we can play on it, or?
I brought this up yesterday. Would the infrastructure be part of it, or would the talk about, jobs? Of course, we did talk about jobs. I don't think there's that much of a bump when there. I got shot down yesterday, and I kind of rethought my own thesis. I don't think the State of the Union really moves it that much, because right now we're in a stuck government. You know what I mean? They're not.
You got some
Sorry, I agree with that.
outside
Thesis,
noises going on for your human genome.
Yeah,
I'm outside.
Great. The hissing is back.
Yeah, it's quite loud. I guess when you talk politics, it really
refresh.
comes in.
Is this how censorship works now? You get white noise?
All right, let's try that.
I think it worked.
The divided Congress, I think, is going to sort of put a damper on anything with infrastructure. I'm thinking they'll be lucky if they get an increase on the debt ceiling passed by June, the deadline. But who knows? Stranger things have happened.
So be aware, a lot of that infrastructure money has already passed, and it's now at the point of they're just sending it to the different agencies and distributing it accordingly.
So
If anything, the only thing the State of the Union might have made some bullish moves on is alcohol, because everyone probably wants to drink to forget that mess.
Can I jump in for a quick second?
Go ahead.
I'm the guy that is publicly all in because of being made homeless and ruined my career short Wyndham Hotels. It's already down 5% pre-market. It is basically algorithmically traded. There's very low volume on it. The COVID support on it's around 22. It's down, last I checked, 5% pre-market. And I'll be dropping heavy news on it. The expiration, if you're going to buy put options on it, I would go for the 17th because they report earnings on the 15th. And I'm bringing massive lawsuits against them. I have a lot of dirt, blatant ADA violations, a lot of that stuff I've been posting out on Twitter, Insta. I'm viral on a lot of platforms, including TikTok. So WH, take a look at it. Let me know if you have any questions. It is, if you look at a 5-year
Can we kick
chart,
this guy now?
5-year chart, it's
So anyway,
Dave.
Yeah. So if anybody's interested, here's what I'm looking at from a positioning perspective today in the market. Yesterday's moves, the big dip and the rip up again, pretty much exhausted all the VANA that was on SPX and SPY that we would have expected going into OPEX week. I'm expecting there to be lot of IV compression that has already happened to kind of just stabilize the market at the 4,100 to 4,200 levels. I saw yesterday some people were firing off put spreads into March and June, and dealers are selling puts for right before CPI. So there's like a lot of put selling for Monday and Tuesday. So that's just something I'm kind of keeping an eye on. My look is that as long as we're over 4,100 on SPX, we're going to stay between 4,100 and 4,200 for the next couple of days. All right, that's it. That's all I wanted to contribute today.
So is that Zeus or Neptune for your snoo?
That's actually a DALI generated image. It is supposed to be a bust. The prompt I gave it was a bust of Jerome Powell as a king with a neon crown in the style of Caravaggio.
It's very specific.
Well, prompt engineering has to be specific to get good results.
Jay Powell's a deity. Appreciate that.
I'm playing Pepsi earnings tomorrow.
Are you playing up, down, strangle?
I think it's gonna go up. I'm gonna do the 172.50 call, I believe, maybe 175. Theta's low, delta's all right. Yeah, just kind of see how it goes today and move in. They have earnings first thing tomorrow morning. So
what expiration?
217.
Any particular reason you think Pepsi will go up?
They've been killing earnings quarter after quarter. I looked at the chart from their last earnings and it jumped. I think it was, I can't remember percentage, but I think it went from 169 to 174 or 175. So just kind of taking a shot in the dark here.
Do they still have the halftime sponsorship with the Super Bowl?
Apple Music this year.
Ah.
So I'm sure that'll save a ton of money.
I love how you guys are asking him like a million questions while he's like trying to answer them extremely quickly because of the noise in the background.
He's putting up plates. Can't you tell? He's at the gym.
I'm at work. I'm at the shop today. See, people are making excessive amounts of noise.
That's not how I imagined it. I imagined you doing bench presses, yelling at us.
I assumed he was doing dishes and his wife was going to return to the room to see if it was done.
It's all good. All right. Well, thanks for answering that.
No problem, guys.
Let's bring a couple more people up here. In the meantime, any other plays, folks?
Yeah, I've been trying to bring them up today, opinion, but got a lot of one karmas. Like
Yeah, I see that.
saw some of these. I won't mention the names because they're quite funny. But yeah,
I wanted to ask a question on a long play. Is anyone familiar with Nikola trucks?
yes, I love Nikola trucks. Tell me more.
The gravity engine?
So they're like the direct competitor to what Tesla's trying to do with semi-automatic semi trucks. Sorry, semi trucks.
No, it's gravity. But go ahead.
Okay, and they now have like dealerships in 19 of the 50 states in the U.S. Their trucks are already out there. I just wanted to ask what you guys think about the long term aspects. I think it's around $2.16 a share right now.
Aren't they the ones who got in trouble because they were just pushing their trucks down a hill and pretending that they were working? Wasn't that them?
Yes.
Same company.
I don't know.
What's the ticker?
Yes, that's why I said the gravity.
NL, what is it?
NKLA.
NKLA, Nikola. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for a truck to go downhill. That's why I actually like it. So
So their trucks have like a 330-mile range, and it's all zero emissions. They have the battery electric trucks, and they have also the fuel cell hydrogen trucks.
Didn't Trevor Milton get charged for fraud?
Yeah, Uncle Bob, what we're trying to tell you is there was a big scandal with them where they were pretending their trucks were working, but they were just filming them going down a hill. Like it was a big deal, and it wasn't that long ago.
Oh wow, is that real?
Yeah.
And they also had their registered address in like the middle of a field.
You guys just shook this man to his core.
Well, there's an episode on American Greed about the fraud.
As long as he learned before he bought, that's what matters, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the Tesla truck's supposed to be 500 miles. So, I mean, I don't know how you'd compare them, but I don't think it's competition.
So it wasn't. If I don't know if we have any long haul truckers here, but don't they normally have to have a certain rest period after some amount of continuous driving? I'm assuming the 500-mile range was not what was capable. It was an intentional design decision.
No, I think you mean can they do it all in one shot? I think
I'm saying, is a 600-mile driving shift allowed in the U.S.?
Probably
Because
not, but that doesn't mean people won't do it anyway.
If they go
That's my
faster,
point.
it's
So
14 hours before they get rest.
Probably not.
14 hours, and then you got to rest.
Yeah. So that's
I thought.
And actually, ironically, it's the same thing with Uber drivers too. That applies to Uber drivers as well.
Well, you just switch over to Lyft.
No, you get a couple in there, like a wife and husband, and they take shifts.
That's why they have multi-member drivers.
Okay, so team drivers, but I don't know if the incremental cost of another person in the cab justifies the extra distance you're able to achieve.
Well, it's I don't remember who the company is, but basically they proved that with two drivers, I guess they had less accidents. It's one of the biggest companies out there. I forgot their name now. I have to look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, but does that cost
so double the labor?
Does that cost offset the payout for accidents?
Yeah, it did. No, it does, because obviously no accidents, right? Come on.
But that drive the labor cost up? I don't think the Tesla cab is that big. I think they built it for one driver, but they're going to go for short haul trucking first until batteries develop.
I don't think the Tesla cab was meant for overnight stays.
No, yeah, I think it doesn't have a
cab.
sleeper in it. It's like a little one-seat front. It's weird. They say some of the drivers don't like it.
And while we're talking about Uber was out with earnings and they did well. They're up over almost 8% in pre-market. So
I had calls on Uber. Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah, Uber's up, but it's not going to stay up. I don't think it's going to stay up.
You thought Nikola was a good investment. So.
Well, they just had a lawsuit dismissed a few days ago for exactly what you guys were talking about, for misleading investors.
But it got dismissed, you just said.
Was
Yeah,
they
in
referring to
in their favor, the suits were brought against them.
Uncle Bob? Is they referring to Uber just had a lawsuit dismissed, or are you saying Nikola had a lawsuit dismissed?
Nikola had lawsuits that were brought against them dismissed about 4 days ago, or sometime last week, late last week.
Up to their old tricks.
1 minute before market.
Has anybody looked at what BBBY might do today, or what it's doing already?
I know Nikola is going vertical right now.
Well, I did say long term, so
I think the news on Bed Bath and Beyond is over, unless for some bizarre reason they do a share buyback for $2 billion.
I'm happy I was able to make money on that put yesterday. That was it.
You can't keep getting away with this.
3
I'm
for
pretty sad.
3.
I'm pretty sad about Enphase. I really like the company. I was really hoping it fall to like under 200, and it just shot up.
You like the company, but you wanted it to fall.
Right.
Yeah, that's how you get good price entry, guys.
Okay.
If you like a company and you want to buy it, you want the price to go down so it's cheap.
That makes sense.
Listen, I was just hoping. All right.
Wait until the fraud case gets cleared, then you can go back.
All right, and that's market open. And Enphase is dropping right back down to the 240, so maybe you'll get your $200.
Hey, where's my bell? I got no bell.
Ding,
Oh,
ding,
sorry.
ding.
Hold on.
Whoa!
There's your bell. Market's open.
Based.
And Enphase is going right back down, so something happened.
Is that your mixer there? I have the same sound on mine.
Yeah, it's the Reddit soundboard.
So I got a play that I'm working on right now. I'm looking at. I started by looking at Wingstop, and everything that I read, I just started hating the company more, and I realized that the cattle production, the reason why they brought so many animals to slaughter, is because they were expecting low corn yield, and they're okay. Hold on, let me start from the beginning. So. Corn is shot up because of the Ukraine war, because Ukraine puts out so much corn. This year, American farmers are going to start pivoting from soybeans into corn. But corn needs a lot of fertilizer. And with the lack of cows and the lack of chickens, because of the avian flu, there's been a massive killing of the chicken, and chickens are really cheap right now, which is what is helping Wingstop right now. I verified this by going to the supermarket, and they had a buy one get one free deal going on with chicken. Anyways, as they pivot into corn, they're going to need a lot more fertilizer, because corn needs a lot more fertilizer and water than soybeans does. But without these animals manure, they're going to have to use synthetic fertilizer. And so I'm wondering, so then I look at natural gas, and natural gas is also down. So I think that there's going to be a run on natural gas, and this is part of the reason why they've ramped up in trying to save so much natural gas by going on like hate campaigns on gas stoves and stuff.
There's no campaign against gas stoves, by the way. That's that's clickbait.
That's
what's the
you're just sent from the government, and you're spreading their propaganda.
The government would never take it.
So what's the play?
Well, I'm thinking natural gas, but I'm also thinking fertilizer, because I think there's going to be a huge demand on fertilizer from fertilizer from gas companies. So I was looking it up on Robinhood, there's quite a few petroleum and natural gas companies that also are in the fertilizer industry. Right now, I'm trying to find Canadian ones because they're the largest exporters of synthetic fertilizer.
Opinion, do you know of any?
They'd be in the Alberta
Not,
region.
not off the top of my head, no.
This is what I meant on Twitter when I said I was going to come on here and talk shit.
What's your Twitter account? Is it Slut Spoiler Can't Pick?
Something like that. Well, no, well, okay, so obviously corn is going to go down, chicken is going to go up, Wingstop is going to go down, and natural gas is going to go up.
So
what is the best kicker? I haven't figured that out yet. I'm still working on that thesis.
I got my tinfoil hat on, Slut.
So I heard corn correlates with gold. So when gold goes up, corn goes down. Heard it from a monk. Not sure if it's true or not. Just wanted to give you my 2 cents. So, in regards to chicken, chicken wings are good. I don't see them going away. The Super Bowl's coming up, so maybe they'll have good earnings. But I agree with you. I've had better wings.
Well, okay, so Wingstop's getting low-cost chicken right now because they're killing off all the chickens because they're worried about what they're calling the worst avian flu ever. So you've got all these chickens being rushed into the stores trying to deplete the chicken population. So this is good for Wingstop, but it's not sustainable, obviously. And Wingstop is over fucking priced. Like
they don't have their own chicken farms. Like that's quite surprising to me.
Even if they did, right? They've got to lower their stock of chicken.
Okay, so we're talking about chickens a lot, but like
Tyson's
potash, probably a bigger play, probably an easier play.
Well, I just want to say, just for the record, the first time I've ever seen this sign in quite a while, I'd say a couple of years, Japan actually posted in their grocery stores yesterday that because of the chicken flu, which I don't know how it comes over here, we're on an island, but it got here, that we are only allowed to buy 1 pack per family. So I've been going every day and just paying some people off to just randomly go in there and buy me some more eggs. But jokes aside, this is a real thing that's happening. So I think it's going to be a global thing. It's going to, as weird as that sounds.
Right. So there's less chickens and there's less cows. And the reason why there's less cows is because you feed cows corn. And because corn was in short supply, they lowered the amount of cows. So now you have less cows, you got less chickens, you've got less corn. Farmers are pivoting into corn. 2023 is going to be the year of corn. There's going to be all these cornfields replacing the soybean fields, which work in crop rotation, right? So you get rid of your soy. So you plant soybeans, then you plant corn, then you plant soybeans, then you plant corn. American farmers right now are pivoting to corn. Corn uses more water and fertilizer. So there's going to be, because there's less manure, you got to get with the synthetic fertilizer. Synthetic fertilizer is made with natural gas by natural gas petroleum companies. Synthetic fertilizer, so you can expect natural gas, which I think has hit a bottom, to go up. Thank you.
Hey, so egg prices are plummeting. How does that fit in? Were they just too high? Like a commodity?
I think they're getting smuggled in from Mexico.
Were they like a commodity and the price just was way high?
Yeah, I think demand's come down. I don't know. Have any municipalities in your areas legalized chicken coops in their backyard? They have up here.
They've been here for a while. No roosters, though.
Yeah, same in my area. You can have chickens, just no roosters.
My guess is they'll just over-exaggerate it, just like the whole toilet paper thing.
Is the rooster ban just to keep cockfighting at bay? Or is there legit another reason for the rooster ban?
Because they're loud as all get out.
Noise ordinance.
Yeah, I'm in a suburb. It's all about noise.
Yeah, most cocks are loud at the end of the day. But they still need them to produce more chickens. So can't just get rid of them.
Imagine a neighbor who at 4 o'clock in the morning just starts screaming at the top of his lungs.
Though I think you can actually get around the rooster ban in a lot of places if you keep it in the house and call it a household pet.
And the whole fiasco of the chickens, corn, fertilizer, and then remember there's going to probably be an uptick in the invasion into Ukraine, right? I mean, no one said that, but I guess you guys were all thinking that at the same time.
No, he mentioned that at the beginning. That was
What
really
was that?
good. He went back
Sorry,
to it.
what?
Yeah. He went back to that. Go ahead.
What was that? What was the question?
He's talking about Ukraine and the effects there.
Yeah, so Ukraine's like number two biggest exporter of corn and wheat, and that's why corn prices went up in the first place. The cattle farmers had to adjust because you can't sustain cattle with just grass, even though that's what they're meant to eat. But you feed them corn so you can fatten them up.
Why does the supply of cows go down though?
The supply of cows went down because there was a fear that there wasn't going to be enough corn to feed them. So they pushed all the animals to market.
Okay.
So right now we are at like the lowest levels of cow numbers. We've got this huge avian flu kill off of these chickens. Natural gas is at like rock frickin' bottom. Something has got to change. Unless they're getting ready for some kind of food shortage.
You know, a while back I had a company that produced Blue Knight is what the name of the company was, and they made tar, but you see they were bought by a oil conglomerate. So I think that's essentially where you have to look is natural gas conglomerate.
Yeah, and I found a few. I found this one. It's called TECK is their ticker. I do not know a goddamn thing about this company, so don't hate me.
Teck is a huge mining company in Canada. They were denied access 2 years ago to a huge project they had anticipated getting access to for 10 years.
Yeah, they look more like a miner, but they do also have their fingers in chemicals and fertilizers. And they're in Canada, Peru, Chile, and US.
I know Czech is mostly being coal and copper, honestly, more than anything
Okay,
else.
well, yeah. Well, thank
they
you.
dig, right? And whatever
I'll
product comes
looking.
out, they sell. It's
The other thing is water, right? So corn is a very thirsty crop. So I think there's going to be a lot of, so maybe there's a play in there too.
And based on this thesis that we're sort of establishing, it's specifically synthetic fertilizer.
Well, I'm saying because the animal crop that we normally use cow and chicken fertilizer, right? Because they're high in nitrates. So
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to shoot you down. I'm just saying that likely that's the wrong conglomerate. If they also have their hand in mining, but you want somebody who has a larger natural gas that has a lot of other affiliates or sub companies.
yeah, I'm looking into it. I'm trying to find a Canadian one.
Google's down almost 7%. Microsoft is up 3%, just as an update. Market's open.
for Canadian gas, just buy Enbridge. Really healthy dividend, really good company.
They also in fertilizer?
I don't know. I know they're lobbying U.S. government for nuclear, though.
The major export for fertilizer, I think it was Russia. Now I think it's banned also. So
Well, Canada exports 30% of the world's potash. A lot of it ends up in the States.
Is potash used for corn?
I'm not sure. I'm not a farmer. I imagine so, though.
Who's investing in my country, guys? Thanks.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's an insult here about I'm looking for Canadian shit. It's too early in the morning for that. Okay, so anyways, so that's my idea. That's the thesis that I'm trying to work on, and I think Wingstop is ridiculously overpriced, and I'm gonna go on a full asymmetrical meme warfare against it.
You mean the food price or the stock price?
The stock price.
And I mean, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago with their high multiple in the 90s. It shot up to over 120, and it's in like the 100 and teens right now. So from a fundamental basis, I totally agree with you. And from the conceptual macro thing, I mean, the stock should be down.
They're getting so right now they're getting very lucky with chicken prices. If you look at Tyson, you'll see that their stock is tanked because they're the ones who are getting hit right now with the avian flu. They're on the wrong end of the stick, but pretty soon it's going to change. There's going to be a huge drive in. There's going to be a huge supply loss in chicken, and Wingstop's going to have to up their prices, and I think they're going to be totally screwed because their audience that they sell to, the locations that they've chosen for their stores, and a bunch of other just some economic factors are going to start increasing the cost, and I feel that they're going to start hurting pretty soon.
Yeah, but that's going to be hurting the franchisees. The Wingstop as a company is still going to be able to charge all their franchise fees, because you got to remember, a lot of those Wingstops are like privately owned. So Wingstop is going to get their franchise fee regardless of how much these individual store owners are going to have to pay for chicken.
Isn't it true? At least my understanding was, I've been thinking about this during the egg shortage and the culling of the chickens, is that it takes 5 weeks for a chicken hatchling to become a hen that lays eggs. So our whole egg dilemma should be approximately over in, say, maximum of like 12 weeks or something. You can pressure wash all the coops and so forth, and then reestablish the stock.
Yep, but it's planting time for the corn, so that 12 weeks. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
I thought you weren't a farmer. You seem to know a lot about the corn.
Yeah, I grew up on a farm.
So it looks like the AIs are going up again today, guys.
The AI is going up. You mean BBAI?
The AI stocks are going up again, like Big Share, Big Bear, C3. Is it C3? All the others are going up.
Interesting. Any reason why? Or
I think it's just probably still the AI hype and the whole Microsoft versus Bing versus Baidu hysteria. So AI is like a hot stock right now. Everybody's trying to get in.
right? I think a lot of people are seeing AI as the next big frontier, the next big thing that sticks around for quite a while. So just trying to figure out who the winners are. Or let me ask a question. Is there any way for AI companies to carve out a niche, or is any niche that gets discovered or offered just going to be very quickly, I don't know, exploited or run down to zero profits?
That's what I think.
Well,
I think
it's commodity at the moment. The only way AI would be able to distinguish themselves is they're able to somehow develop a model that could not be developed by anyone else with similar resources and compute power.
So
And Google,
for now, it's like the search engines are running AI. Baidu is already implementing it in China, and another company that runs exclusively in China.
I work in the AI space, and I think the advantage is you need more data and you need specialized data. I heard Google with their Bard chatbot is trying to have different verticals. So you could have like an engineering Bard that is really smart on engineering documents and matters. And then you could switch over to, I don't know, a different topic like a farming bot that knows all about farming. But you need the data. And Microsoft and OpenAI are already ahead with the data. Granted, Google has 20 years of data that they can mine, but that's my opinion. Is data lets these AI companies win?
I think part of the problem with the optimism for ChatGPT is they think the entire world's knowledge can be condensed into, I think it's a 14 gigabyte language model. And that's not entirely true. Google's index is on the order of exabytes for a reason.
the question is, do you really get that much value from all that extra data? Google is working on and has published a few papers on creating less intensive language learning models. So
We're not yet at the point where the language learning models are becoming efficient. It's sort of like the car engine. In the very early days of automobiles, the goal was to make a more powerful engine only. Nothing about efficiency or noise. And as the incremental improvements in power went away, the focus shifted to other bad parts at the time of an engine. So we're still in this upward increase the accuracy phase in large language models, especially now that it's hit mainstream. But I imagine as time passes, there will be a move to make the models more efficient and to figure out what part of the the model can be ignored or otherwise downgraded. That's sort of the difference between between OpenAI's DaVinci, Babbage, Ada, and the other language models they have. Think of it like you've got a super brain that's expensive to run and a portion of that super brain that's a lot cheaper to run.
So just like how Google scrambled the other day, Oracle is now scrambling their teams to get on board with the AI. And that's the whole gold rush for 2023 from business aspects is you're going to see companies like Shopify and other retail companies that amass massive amounts of data starting to move into the AI space. And I think there's some opportunities there.
It's interesting because the GPT-4 is actually going to be trained on 100 trillion parameters. So that's like 100 trillion data points about how different words relate to each other in syntax. GPT-3 was 175 billion, I think. So you can see just the increase there, but it takes months and months to train these models and lots of GPUs. So it's not just the data.
They could use the tagging dataset which powered GPT-3 against a much larger input set for GPT-4.
I still think you need a lot of time. Maybe it's not months.
My
but
point is they're not
my-
they're not training from zero. They're basically they're taking the GPT-3 model, and this is incredibly simplified, but they're taking the GPT-3 model, adding a whole bunch of extra parameters to it, and then using the same training data set with maybe a couple enhancements to create a new model, which theoretically should be more accurate and have other improvements.
So I have a question, but sorry, go ahead, George.
Okay, I wanted to just chime in here on two little small things. The first one is my father, who's like 80 years old, was in the very first class of graduating class for computer science, and ended up knowing more than his professors and so forth. And he started the company Artificial Intelligence Atlanta, like in the 70s, which is now is the appropriate time to start such a thing, not in the 70s. Now you can't ask me all kinds of questions about artificial intelligence because I don't know, and he's 80 and retired, but he says they haven't even uh, they haven't even gotten the quantified the tip of the iceberg about of what can be done with artificial intelligence. A huge portion of his career was computer environments that learned about the outside of the world, and he says they really haven't even touched on that. For example, it could be the end of advertising as we know it. You might question that, but it really depends on what the results are if you use one service versus another service. And the other thing that I wanted to point out is my girlfriend gets in her car and no input. She has no input, but her phone says, okay, well, it's 45 minutes to the location you're going to go to. She's a teacher, so it's 45 minutes to the school, and then it just knows that that's what she's doing. And,
Was she already moving?
no, I don't believe so. No, because we were starting the car, and it tells her this when she's coming home. It told her this when I was over at my dad's house last night, and we got in the car. I don't know how it. I haven't experienced this, but the chicks like it. Anything the chicks like, pay attention.
So it's really creepy how this works, but I know with the accelerometers, the Google servers can tell how fast you're going and determine if you're in a car or pretty much or if you're walking and stuff like that. But
right. They can't tell that in real time. It takes time for the data to be packaged up in a payload from your phone and then sent off to Google.
Right. And so even when you're moving and your GPS is on, that data gets sent back to the servers. And then in the background, we don't know all of what they're doing with data, like especially right now with the AI wars going on.
Well, how are they going to capitalize on AI? What is the actual cash flow that's going to be brought in? Because it sounds to me like things like ChatGPT just make it easier for the little guys to go out and program all their own programs. If we can do that, well, why would we need the larger companies? Is that why they're trying to get AI down first? Or
let's take a quick example. So let's say 300 million people have used OpenAI's ChatGPT, right?
Okay.
Of that 300 million, let's say 1% of them, so 3 million people, sign up for the $20 a month premium level, right? So that comes out to $60 million a month in revenue that OpenAI will realize. Or what is that, 7.2 billion? 720 million dollars a year just in revenue.
Yeah, through the subscription model. That makes sense.
And that's just a subscription model. Keep in mind, the API for the ChatGPT is paid. So you pay per however many, I think you pay per token, and 1,000 tokens is roughly 750 words.
So websites that need chatbots or, marketing or stuff like that.
Smart speaker, your Alexa gives you stupid answers. If you can make that better, shouldn't that give it some revenue?
Yeah. More
Yeah,
informed.
but that gives Amazon revenue. That doesn't give OpenAI revenue.
It doesn't give Amazon revenue at all, unless people buy through the smart speaker. If they're just asking simple questions, how do you make money off of that?
Then it will start to suggest and market things based on the questions that you ask. If Alexa gets smarter, for instance, and that's the whole idea. It's like a race. There's an article here that says worldwide artificial intelligence market expected to reach $500 billion by 2028, 521 billion by 2028, and that's from a consultancy firm here in the UK.
Does that consultancy firm also sell AI services?
Right.
That I'm not sure about, but
just so we're clear on Amazon, not every answer she gives you is AI generated. A lot of it is just you go on Alexa Answers and there's people literally putting it in.
people typing it.
Yeah.
So,
and then it chooses that answer based on the question. Like
but I
you
mean,
can
not
put
just
on the
Alexa,
wrong
but
answer too.
Siri and the Google Home. I mean, whatever one is going to respond more humanly is should grow faster, right?
Yeah,
In
absolutely.
theory, yes,
I'm
but
just saying this is like a Wikipedia thing where you can go and edit the page. Who was the last president? You can make it Washington and it'll say that.
but the thing is, that's a cost center. How does it generate revenue?
All I know is that Alexa's losing billions of dollars a year.
Alexa or Amazon?
Alexa's
How?
losing billions of dollars, yes, because
Amazon
Is it a lost leader?
billions of dollars.
Alexa is really a sensor platform,
And
which
so if it
powers
gets
the
smarter,
retail business.
right? And if it gets smarter, doesn't that help Amazon in turn to make more informed decisions from a customer perspective?
I would imagine Alexa would be able to pick out conversation like "we need more eggs," and then recommend to your phone Whole Foods grocery delivery, for example.
Things like that.
I don't know if it's actually done, but it's certainly plausible.
Well, I've been on the phone with my sister, got off the phone, and exactly what we just spoke about on our Androids, you start getting it marketed through you on Facebook and all those other platforms. Really spooky.
Right.
Please.
On
So-
a business.
On the AI home front, I don't know if you guys have heard, but Sonos is entering that fight. So they'll be taking on Alexa and Google. And Sonos products are carried in IKEA. For those of you who do not know, there's a big partnership there.
So I just have a quick question. I know we've been on the talk for AI for a bit, and obviously there's a lot of competition going on, and there's a lot of promising excitement around this area. But I was wondering if we can shift the topic to Disney. I know this is gonna be a big player. Everyone's going to be excited to watch that after hours. I just want to hear what everyone has their thoughts and opinions on that for today.
I do want to point out that this is for earnings as of December 2022. So any developments which happened between December 31, 2022 and today are not officially part of the earnings numbers.
Yeah, we could pivot to Disney, but I do have a question about how NVIDIA is going to make money on this. I know that they're getting into AI with visual stuff for streaming and content creation.
So as a
But it
quick
seems
example,
their
in-
GPUs. Wait. It seems to me though that like ChatGPT and all of this, the AI that I'm seeing online is using more server side collection of data and putting them together with different algorithms or checking. So I don't know if that's NVIDIA's bread and butter.
So
They make
NVIDIA
the-
makes more money in enterprise sales now, especially in the wake of the mining fiasco, of the mining market collapsing. And
So,
NVIDIA's AI division, most interestingly, for consumer graphics cards, has developed an algorithm that can take a stream of your face on a webcam and have it so your eyes are always pointing at the webcam, a form of deepfake.
Oh yeah, I saw that this week.
I saw that. It looked super creepy.
It was
but-
absolutely creepy, but still convincing until I realized it was AI.
Yeah.
Mainly
Yeah, I
because
saw
the guy
that.
didn't blink.
We can switch to Disney or other things, but I just wanted to loop back on the AI and NVIDIA. So it says it's going to take about 6 months to train GPT-4. I'm not sure if that's starting from scratch or they're going to get a head start with GPT-3. And you need a lot of GPUs, a lot of NVIDIA GPUs to run those parallel processes. So there is a theory there that NVIDIA can make money as more AI companies try to train custom models.
I have a question. Is the ChatGPT, is that open source or do they patent their IP and keep it hidden?
So they will never patent it because that requires revealing the source code. But plenty of people, industry experts, understand how it's built. What makes OpenAI, what gives them an advantage is the data set and tagging infrastructure they set up. So think of that more like a trade secret than any sort of patent or open source, and it's definitely not open source library. There is, however, something called GPT-Neo, which approximates the training environment that OpenAI uses. but without armies of people tagging the data for you, it's not particularly useful.
Gotcha.
And to go back to your comment about you speaking on the phone and then something comes up in your pop-up, look back at Cambridge Analytica. All that is that's exactly what Facebook is. The free product is them using your information to sell stuff and sell your information to other people. And unfortunately, that also means listening in on your mic. So that is scary, but yeah, it's going to get worse, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
the way you defeat that sort of thing is to flood it with false positives. So I have a computer that's constantly visiting ultra luxury websites and brands, and as long as I keep seeing ultra luxury ads on my main computer, I know that it's masking my data by flooding it with false data.
Is that like a 21st century's vision board or something?
Not a vision board, it's just because these ultra luxury brands have high marketing budgets and they're spending a lot of money on retargeting versus other verticals, it's the easiest way for me to know to what extent I'm being retargeted.
So as we transition to Disney, if we could, so I just want to hear perspective on both the sort of the bullish and the bearish side of things. I know that there's a bit of headwinds about the company facing a lot of the turmoil in the cable subscriptions, and obviously with the massive streaming losses, and right now going with the active shareholders with Nelson Peltz being in the picture too, and I know that Disney hasn't. If and correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't think Disney has laid off any of its employees yet. I know there's a lot of negative sentiment still in the market around Disney, but I feel like a lot of it's already priced in. And usually with earnings, a lot of it goes up and down, or the movement, the volatility happens a lot with the outlook and the earnings call. So I just want to hear and see just the both sides. If everyone can just pitch in on their thoughts on Disney.
So the bull case on. Oh, go ahead.
What I would say is when it comes to Disney, I would say how many middle income American households are there, and then how many of those households have anyone on the age of 2 to 8 years old. And there you go.
So one thing I've noticed is Disney has been buying a lot of media properties which are nostalgic for today's adults, especially with the acquisition of Star Wars and expanding that universe. And so with it and the merchandising tie-ins and the theme park tie-ins and all the other cross promotion that Disney does, they're able to extract more value per fan, per visitor, versus someone like Universal Pictures or DreamWorks. So I imagine that's the bull case. It's not only the tickets they sell at the movies, it's the merchandising, it's the books, it's the special events, it's the rides at the theme park. The bear case is this costs a lot of money to put together. And it's unclear how quickly Disney is getting its money back from these investments in this kind of properties. Take Disney Plus, for example. You have a lot of money going into developing this new content. And the purpose was that you'd have a lot of exclusive, brand new content that would attract users to the platform. The problem is you have to keep those users, and they demand they are constantly demanding new content. And it's unclear to what extent, to how much the pipeline of new content from Disney costs. Because you have these massive blockbuster films, sure, but then you have also these like cheaper Nat Geo, for lack of a better term, brain porn that just, I think they're getting. I can't tell if it's the recommendation engine is tuned to me, or if it's something that legitimately Disney is spending a lot of money on and trying to promote. But you have the cost of media, you have the fixed revenue coming in from subscriptions, and at some point one is going to outpace the other, and it's unlikely that in the wake of these price hikes that are coming from Disney, Netflix, Hulu, etc., it's unlikely that these streaming services will continue to be profitable on their own. That said, Disney, because of their cross-selling ability, should be able to eventually move the streaming service and the content creation service as a cost center, and then focus on parks and merchandise and other cross-selling experience as a revenue center.
You know, with the advent, you can't mention Disney. At least I can't without uh, Hannah Montana or High School Musical, which is
Are
now
those still things?
those are like 10 years ago. No, but you know they were for my daughter. But um, I as far as quality of production, I mean they're excellent. The cruises are excellent. The shows are excellent. It is the place to go. That that it is the place to go if you're in between 2 and 8. But you do have to add it to any kind of television programming that you're paying for. You know, so you were talking about the business side. I'm bullish on its ability to create content. It's interesting to note that their streaming service and their shows um, are different. They have different content. It's almost like two different channels.
Can I pause you for a second? Just a quick one. Carvana just shot up over 21%, and they've closed the market on it.
All right, thank you for sharing. Back to Disney. You bring up a good point about the content, and one thing I do want to point out is Disney apparently has not been able to lobby Congress for an extension on copyright, and so a lot of their back catalog that will be entering the public domain implies that new content needs to be created, new classic movies need to come up in order to maintain maintain a catalog of content that is exclusively under Disney control, so that they can then create a walled garden around it and and erect a toll booth.
So I remember just going back to that point about obviously the refocus and what Disney should be doing in terms of what they've been doing best for the past few years. I just have a quick question on just sort of the future outlook. So I know that Meta, when they released their earnings, they really focused on cutting back their costs on their focus on Meta, and I know they had new strategic initiatives on that as well. So when Bob Iger steps in, and I'm sure he's going to be in the earnings call, and when he discusses about if he ever does discuss about restructuring the whole sort of the company and being able to try and just cut back the cost of media, sort of putting that more so on the side, and really reducing those costs and more so focusing on the theme parks, the sort of the whole content of maybe the Marvel and the big sort of Disney Plus side of things, and focusing on that. And if they were to cut the small things like Hulu and ESPN, or maybe do a spinoff or sell those assets, would that sort of be a bullish scenario, or would that be a bearish? Because I'm hearing a lot of both up and downs on that. So I was just wondering if that you guys can pitch in on that.
One, if I may, with Bob Iger coming back as the CEO, I don't necessarily see that as a huge cost-cutting initiative. He was the one who had the helm when they did a lot of these large, maybe overpriced acquisitions that have received a lot of fanfare, and they haven't quite beat Lucasfilms to death yet. They've paced themselves, but I think it could be if they mentioned it, but I wouldn't. I think that's why you're seeing the reaction from Nelson Peltz. He sees it as that's not going to help us cut costs, and why he wanted a more active voice at the table. So I would be immediately bearish on them, I guess, would be my point. I wouldn't see them doing that.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying too. I think Disney's price went up because Bob Iger was basically the acquisition man, switched over to Chapek. Chapek tried to do the changes that the company needed, which was get a little bit of a better board for better. So the whole thing about Disney's stock is you can split it into three different sections: their cruises, their parks, and then their content creation. And it's really the content creation that people are focusing on, because that's the big speculative one, and they just can't seem to be successful with their newer original content. Willow is like nobody's watching that. They got a couple of other that nobody's interested in. The Marvel franchise is really has really helped them, but I'm speculative on how that's gonna end up.
So what about the parks? That's another major part of Disney's business. Any speculation there?
That I see accelerating, actually. I think that's been seriously depressed with the pandemic. So to be able to see both sides of the coin, right, I think that would be a more positive part of their business.
So something I want to point out is Disneyland Shanghai reopened post-COVID on December 7, 2022. I have no idea how much revenue the Shanghai park represented as part of the park's portfolio, but the fact that it's been shut down for the better part of maybe 2 years or maybe 2.5 years now implies that that was a lot of revenue and margin that Disney didn't get to enjoy, but they
That's
still had to
probably
pay for the
correct.
upkeep.
I've been there a few times, and I will say in the past 2 years or so, when it's been closed, they've added a lot more attractions. So there's probably going to be a surge of people going there for the new attractions as well.
I don't doubt that, but how much did those attractions cost? Let's say $100 million, hypothetically. How long would it take to get that money back in ticket revenue?
Probably a long time. I guess it's just what the market thinks. I'm sure those attractions were budgeted a long time ago, so people may already think of that as a sunk cost at this point.
Speaking of cruise lines, I know Royal Caribbean just came out with their earnings, and then, wow, I just can't. I was kind of shocked. Obviously, there's travel demand and recreation demand coming up, but I don't know how exactly 100% how much the Disney cruise lines, how much revenue and sort of the money comes in for Disney, but I see that going up a lot.
Here's a simple metric. DCL ships are sailing 95% plus full, and the easiest way to check is to try to book a stateroom. So, Royal Caribbean also with their new mega class Icon of the Seas, and the fact that it's so hard to get a booking on that ship implies a lot of pent up demand from people, I guess, who couldn't fly but somehow have them and weren't laid off and somehow have the money and savings to afford these trips.
During a recession, though, will people going on the cruise lines and going to the parks decrease?
Hard to say because cruise ships are sailing full and the parks have waiting lists and required reservations alongside tickets. So it will become an issue perhaps when the parks, for example, are at only 50% capacity. And I do know a bunch of cast members down there, so I can always get a sense of how full a park is on a given day. And then cruise lines, well, I have tools that are scraping the bookings. I can see how many rooms are available for a given sailing and how it decreases over time. Actually kind of interesting. Most people seem to buy their cruises for any time in the year between January and March.
Booking season, right? Is that it? No.
I think it's called wave season, but yes.
That's right. I know, I heard you. Wave season, that's right. And then someone mentioned burrito season the other day. Chipotle didn't do well after earnings, but anyhow.
Did you guys talk about Disney's like overall greening of their brand? They've got solar farms at every park now, right?
Sorry to interrupt. I just posted in the comments the statistical webpage with all the world parks attendance. So Magic Kingdom was at 20 million in 2019. 2020 was at 6.9 million attendances, and 2021 was 12.69.
Oh yeah, sorry to add on. So about Avatar, is that going to be included in this earnings? Like the sort of the whole revenue coming in, or is
box
that
office? No, the box office was realized after December 31, 2022.
Okay, so that I'm assuming that's not. But yeah, thank you.
We still have Black Panther.
You're right. Black Panther was last year, technically.
Well, I think subscriptions would have been up for last year as well with the closings and that.
So I just wanted to reiterate. I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on sort of what the price action is being priced in terms of what people are expecting going into the earnings. What sort of negative sentiments already being expected and priced in and already sort of being I guess expected, and what sort of surprise factors will could come into play that would either shoot it up or shoot it down and really hurt the company.
Hard to say, unless, well, we already know how big a blockbuster Avatar: Way of Water became. We don't know how it impacted, for example, the marketing budget in Q4. It's curious to see to what extent holiday sales may have affected Disney merchandise. That's a possible catalyst for an unexpected positive result.
I've
Then
been
there's
waiting
also
for
the
them.
write-offs from Chapek. Now that all of his accounting shenanigans have been uncovered, there are possibly more. It's unclear if that will lead to a restatement of a previous earnings, for example.
I've been waiting for them to make some clear the board of directors, have some shakeup with the board of directors, similar to what Warner Brothers is doing.
That's what Chapek did. A lot of Iger loyalists were let go for poor culture fit, and I don't know if Iger will be able to convince them to come back to work.
I don't think there was as many as I would have liked to see. I'd like to see Kathleen Kennedy be find somewhere else to go. Also, there's speculation that Disney's tied into the FTX debacle.
I think the expected move on Disney for earnings is about 6%, either direction.
Yes, a little bit less, but yeah. It's going to cost you like $7 for a strangle at the money.
Wait, how is Disney tied up with FTX again?
Up to know.
I thought that was a speculation. I didn't see any sort of articles stating any evidence based on that. I've heard of that, but there was no.
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. There's no evidence on that right now.
Why are they even
Disneyland's Paris solar facility is due to come online this year. I don't know if they're ahead of schedule or not.
How much sun is there in Paris?
I believe the term is greenwashing, but I assume it's also because French electricity is very expensive. They have to buy from Switzerland or Germany. Or maybe it's the reverse.
Yeah, I was just going to say my understanding is the opposite, because here in Britain, there was arguments of how much more we're paying for energy since we left the EU compared to France, which is so much cheaper.
I'm sorry. I know that's a case specific thing, but that sucks because that means you got to pay it too. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of hype was on Disney during the pandemic. For 18 months of everybody being on lockdown meant that Disney's subscription services went up for the streaming, and so a lot of hype around that. At the same time, the cruises were offline. I think they're just kind of balancing out now.
So just to reiterate, what is sort of being priced in? Because obviously we're still, I would personally say, well, we're still below pandemic level or pre-pandemic levels, and there's been a huge run up. There's also been a huge rundown from the top of 2021. So based on that price action and movement downwards, and sort of right now, I guess trying to consolidate and balance out, what is being priced in terms of its movement down, and still being in the lows?
So while Disney is around the same price as it was pre-pandemic, I do want to point out that the market cap is almost 30% higher. So they did issue shares at some point. As for what's being priced in, I could imagine the park's growth, maybe the projection from initial Shanghai, Disneyland Shanghai sales. And I've been. It's kind of weird seeing Chinese tourists use Western tourism behavior.
I think one of the big things going forward is, are there still COVID restrictions there? because for a while it was operating 10, 25, and 50% capacity.
Well, interestingly, I made a point about this morning with somebody else. That now that China's opening back up, there's like a lot of consumers with a lot of savings that they've accumulated over the period that they were restricted, and they have to do something with that money. A lot of analysts think that they're gonna, it's gonna go towards tourism, either travel, maybe even some domestic tourism, like Walt Disney, like you're suggesting.
I'll tell you where they're going, to Hong Kong. It's been crazy. Way too many, well, not to be like insensitive or anything, but there's a lot of tourists coming in from mainland to Hong Kong.
Vegas, Macau, I'm sure they're going to hit all those places up big time.
Yeah, they want to get out. They're free again, right?
And Hong Kong dropped their travel restrictions across the border. And they used to have a limit. I think it was like 25,000. Now there are no restrictions.
So airline stocks, is that the takeaway?
There might be a play there, but I would say the majority of them are just coming from Shenzhen and walking across the border.
Flights might be a good play. There's a shortage of pilots in Canada. If there's a shortage globally, then they're more sparse.
It's kind of a change of topic, but did you guys watch the Jay Powell speech? Was there any takeaways on that? Maybe you guys already talked about that. I got here kind of late.
We were talking almost right before it yesterday. I don't think we really talked too much about it today. It had a slingshot effect. It was good news, and it was bad news, and it was good news. I think he kind of kept. It's the first time he said there are disinflationary factors. We've started. It's the first time they've said that, any of them. But to counter, some of the other governors were like, higher for longer, maybe, with that jobs report. So
It was actually not much different than what he said before. It's not understandable why the market behaved the way it did. I mean, he didn't really shed any new light on anything.
exactly, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing he said last week, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is somebody outside?
Yes, I am.
It sounds amazing out there.
It's a beautiful day. I'm in Georgia. 72 is the high today. It's sunny. Birds are chirping. It's fantastic. I'm getting ready to put my shorts on.
Must be nice.
We
It's
found the
beautiful.
shorts. We found the shorts. Y'all heard them?
Hi, Rad. How's your day, buddy? Been quiet.
Nothing to talk about. Carvana's up huge, though. That's a good stock, I heard. Real company. Real future.
Yeah, it's dropping back down a bit. It was higher.
How's our ape doing, Rad, since I'm not in front of my computer?
It's down, but it's above $3, so you should be
Nice.
very happy if you have ape.
Oh, yes. Extremely happy.
You guys see C3 AI, ticker AI? It's up about 11%.
I was just about to ask, is there an AI basket of stocks?
Big Bear AI and the big tech companies that are investing, right? Google, Microsoft.
But it's like
But
we
if you're
said
talking about an
yesterday,
ETF,
you can invest in that or you can invest in the hardware running it.
I wonder if we're going to start seeing a trend of companies just slapping AI onto the back of their name and seeing if they can get away with it.
I said that
They've been
yesterday. I was
for
wondering.
years.
It's very bubblicious, right?
Yeah, kind of like in the 90s, you just slap .com on something and you could probably get a company going. I wonder if people are just going to be like AI, just see if they can get a
.ai.
company going.
Yeah, .ai domains are you can
Oh,
buy
yeah.
some .ai domains.
They've
Before
been
long,
slapping
they'll
AI
do
for a while.
they'll do like an AI skateboard or something. This is gonna take a year.
AI electric scooter.
Yeah, that trend has already started. I also flip websites and use OpenAI, and I've gotten offers on just like ridiculous domain names that are .ai. I'm not sure why anyone would want them, but they offer to buy them.
I'm waiting for the AI that makes AIs so we can really just go full into it.
It already exists.
That's next.
Oh, excellent. I'm
Look
glad
up,
it exists.
Look up NEAT, neuroevolution with augmenting topology.
And by Christmas, the toys they'll be marketing them as AI powered or AI something. Just watch.
I'm in agreement with Scald that we're gonna get an AI top 100 hit within like the next couple of years. That's gonna be a thing.
We already had children books written by AI, right? So how far till music? Or
Yeah. Write me a song.
Someone
maybe I-
did. Someone here has done that already. He did it like a month ago. I forget his name.
Let me see if I can get ChatGPT to rewrite my DD in the form of haiku.
Make me a pop star.
I think rule like 42 or whatever might apply to AI as well. If you can think of it, AI has probably already done it. I posted a link a while ago in the chat with it's a website, it's a directory of AI platforms, and you can see the different verticals that people are trying to specialize in.
AI video will be the death of celebrities. Imagine being able to create a character that...
Oh my god, your own avatar.
Are you gonna kill the influencer business, Hardy?
Deep fake AI.
I mean, deep fakes are not particularly difficult. You just need a strong enough GPU.
Yeah, but then when AI starts doing it, you can just do it on the fly.
Well, that's what we were talking about like last week, right? Bringing in two bots to talk to each other and see where it goes.
There's already a service where with enough voice samples you can synthesize a voice in real time. So hypothetically, I could use Simple as my test subject and then speak with the Croatian accent, or have the AI translate my speech into his Croatian accent. Kind of fun.
I still think healthcare is going to be the big one. That's the big one for AI.
Yeah, it
Is
is.
it AI ticker IRBO?
Sunshine,
Black
you'll have
Rock.
to raise your hand if you want to get brought up.
What became of the downed Chinese weather balloon? Is it currently in DARPA for research?
Why
I
would
heard
they
this morning they said that the FBI is evaluating those pieces that they found, and the Navy is still searching for other pieces that they have yet to find, but there hasn't been any other news.
Why is the FBI involved? They already said it's a Chinese military balloon.
Well, because they have the forensic tools to be able to look into any computing devices that are on there or whatever they have in there. FBI is actually pretty good at that stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
They
they're
said it was
still
all-
part of the federal government, even though you might think of them as like a police force.
Yeah, true. I thought more civilian. I can't help but imagine, why did they allow it to fly all the way across the US only to shoot it down in the water? And I thought maybe because then if they shoot it down in the water, then they can kind of capture everything without any civilian interference. Although there was an excuse that They didn't want to shoot it down over people.
I can't imagine why they would even use a balloon for doing spying when you got satellites that can do the same thing more accurately. I mean, you have no idea where a balloon's going to go.
LiDAR is the short answer. You can't have LiDAR on satellite. The range is too far.
Yeah, that
And you
makes
can
sense.
use LiDAR to detect subterranean structures.
And that balloon's probably pretty cheap.
And commodity.
Oh yeah, LiDAR has Earth penetrating capabilities, right?
Correct. Better than infrared for satellites, for example.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
I actually just saw a video that the Air Force dumped, I want to say close to $1 billion in balloon research recently, last year, I believe. Maybe not $1 billion, but it was a significant amount of money.
Still, what doesn't make sense is why did they allow it to pass all the way over the U.S.? That means they got some pictures.
Well, so again, there were a couple reasons. They did not want to cause bodily harm to property or to property, and they wanted to recover it. So the easiest way to mitigate those is to have it taken down over the water. Now, they did supposedly go out and look to see what, because they can see what it's transmitting or what it's receiving in the way of information and a lot of other reconnaissance. So they flew around it and said, "What are you doing?" They said the risk was minimal. Let's wait. And then when it was safe, then they shot it down. So that's the reason.
So, a friendly story, Air Force friend of mine said that they were flying AWACS around it, jamming the signal. So, not terribly concerned that anything meaningful got back to China.
Were there more of those? Like they said there were 3 more before and 1 over South America.
So during the Trump administration, there were apparently 3 balloons of Chinese origin that were floating across the U.S. because apparently when someone went to record this incident of the 4th balloon, they discovered the other 3.
And from what I've read, they look like they were over Hawaii and Guam. So
And 1 over South America at the same time?
correct. And then there was that second one. I don't know. I haven't seen anything. Last I saw was over Colombia.
And were they all the same? Like a giant balloon with the same antenna thing? Or are they all different?
I don't know if they've released that to the public, but they just said balloons, which is very ambiguous, you know?
I always have to unpack everything that they say because the whole not wanting to shoot it down, you know, it's kind of like 9/11. They did shoot those down, but just, you know, I don't know. It's odd.
Wasn't there a pretty conclusive study conducted post World War II, not from China but from Japan? So I mean, but geographically similar. That it would be ineffectual to launch a balloon from China and have it to do anything intended to the United States. It's something like it would only have like a 1 or 2% effect. Like, you know, if you had 100 balloons, only 1 or 2 of them would even make it.
Yeah, the chances of it going to the target that you want. That's what I'm saying. It's like
It's a new technology, though. It's a big balloon that they can steer up in the.
they can steer. If they
Yeah,
can steer it, how?
They can steer.
They
Yeah,
can-
they go up and down to whatever way the wind's blowing, and they have some control over which way the balloon goes. But the technology they use to monitor stuff is more advanced than in the 40s. And I think in the 40s they were talking about sending balloons that would pop and drop a bomb. I mean, it was very rudimentary stuff.
Right.
I think the more interesting thing from this is the fact that China sent this balloon shortly before the U.S. was supposed. I can't remember the guy's name now. Was supposed to visit China, and then it got canceled. That is
Blinken?
a weird time. Yeah, Blinken. There we go. Names are horrible for me, but like that's a weird timing to know that Blinken is coming and to be like, let's go send this balloon. It's odd.
I didn't know about any others, so that changes the narrative. That changes what's going on.
Yeah. If it's been happening and then all of a sudden it's in the headlines, what's changed? Is it a different balloon? Did something really change? Did we change?
Well, it was changed
Not
because
sure, but I think it was to deter Nancy Pelosi from going to Taiwan. I think that's the timing of it, rather than Blinken.
well, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin, the new Speaker of the House, is actually going to go this spring. So it's not her that would come back, but he's the new Speaker.
That is Nancy Pelosi. She had like ruby slippers.
Yeah, you're
Is that-
correct.
New trade war, U.S.-China trade war.
Well, and it seems like it was posturing, correct, the timing with the Secretary of Defense coming to basically talk the situation down. This does seem like an escalation where others have chimed in and said maybe this was a mistake because of the timing. Like, did they really mean to be this inflammatory? And if so, what does that mean for the Cold War that we have with them, or warmish war, maybe? I mean,
So the balloon entered U.S. airspace on what, the 5th? Maybe the 3rd?
it was like that Tuesday, everyone realized, yeah, it came in over.
How long did it take to get there? When was it launched?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, how long has this thing been floating around?
I have a news article here when they first discovered it. It says when China's suspected surveillance balloon first passed into U.S. airspace north of Alaska on January 28th, American officials believed there was a good chance it would keep traveling on a northern trajectory over sparsely populated areas. But 2 days later, the balloon did something unexpected. It slowed down, almost loitering over Canada, then changed course and headed south on a new trajectory that would eventually take it over the U.S. state of Idaho, officials said. That's when we knew it was different. Somebody said.
What was the altitude?
It's like way up there, like
50,000
almost in space.
And the fact that they were in Montana, that's miles from Air Force Base where our missile silos are. So that was also the sensitivity of that. I mean, Hawaii does have a lot of our Air Force and Navy, obviously, still. So that's not like that's a nothing burger. But if you go and look at the park over our missile silos, yeah, we're going to go check it out.
I'm going to go down the rabbit hole and suggest what happened in Turkey? Any balloons over there?
That's just sad.
Can we not
Whole
try
bunch
to
of
equate
faults.
earthquakes to balloons?
Whole bunch of faults on the West Coast.
All right. So anyway, how are we investing
Now we're
in
just
balloons? Calls on helium? That's a tradable asset.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
I mean, jokes aside, helium is like a scarce, ever getting scarcer resource. I wouldn't trade it, but I'm just funny.
I wasn't entirely joking. There are helium people out there.
Yeah.
Defense companies. I mean, that's to me, that's the shortest path, right?
I think the flows are, I think the popular subjects to be traded for profit, and depending on one's skill, those would be things like AI. Look, not anything that's going out of business, but there's a lot of bounce back that that can still happen. And also, and watching the infrastructure come out of Washington, but with interest rates as high as they are, any profit that you make, roll pieces of it into real estate, not actual real estate. I'm talking about REITs.
I wanted to hear Sunshine had something to say about pilot shortage. Some insight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, someone mentioned there was a shortage in Canada, but it's not just Canada. There's a huge shortage of pilots in the U.S. as well. They have the regulation behind becoming a pilot in the U.S. is so rigorous and so demanding that it's very tough for someone to come in and try and be a pilot. So they're actually looking into relaxing that regulation to give a bit more
The
leeway.
regional airlines already tried to lobby for that, setting the limit at I think 1,500 flight hours instead of 2,000. But
Yeah.
at least to my knowledge, that was already turned down by the FAA.
Yeah, but I think they're really getting into. I mean, I know foreign pilots who are a lot more attracted to coming to the U.S. now just because of how bad the shortage is, and I think it's going to get worse. But I'm not sure that's a bullish thing for airlines. If anything, I would say that's bearish to start paying. Sorry, having to pay a lot more.
It's also for support staff as well. I mean, these airlines laid off tens of thousands of employees, and now they're trying to hire them all back, which is not an easy thing to do. The other thing they're lobbying for is having one pilot in the cockpit for longer haul flights. I think they can do it for some short haul flights now, but if they could do it for longer, then they could double their flight capacity.
They're not going to do one pilot. They're not going to do that.
I'm thinking no pilot.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
I think it might be an opportunity, like for Tesla, to work with
guys. Absolutely
on these shorter flights. If they can do if they can have a car, it's much easier to fly an airplane with AI than it is a car, because you don't have to follow a road. You know, all you have to do is
it's not about the now flights are 90% automated anyway. What do you have to do? You just gotta maintain altitude. But the thing is, it's not just they don't want. You think anyone would fly if you told them, "Oh yeah, take off on landing"? Don't worry,
I would.
Computer would.
I would.
I mean, you would, but people are already pretty nervous flying. I think the pilot needs to be there just for liability as well.
All the people who are
and you can't capture enough data for all emergencies, because they're not going to put planes in emergencies on purpose to collect data on what to do.
I don't think it's going to be planes. I think it's going to be drone type vehicles, like electric drones.
They need to put the drone technology in, and they can have one pilot, and then they can have a pilot that's managing 10 flights or 15 flights, and if something goes wrong, he can take over.
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Do
So
you trust a remote connection on a plane?
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, a satellite connection.
They do it with drones all the time.
We can kill a terrorist from controlling a drone. We can kill a terrorist pinpoint accuracy all the way across the world. So
they don't show you when they miss.
Not exactly.
They only show you when they hit.
Safely delivering a person from point A to point B seems trivial.
The pilot sitting in Nevada is just basically handling what amounts to the cruise phase of the flight for those drones. When the drone is taking off or landing, especially at an FSB, is that right? No, FAB or FOB. You have a local pilot who is guiding the plane into the runway.
But let's make a clear distinction, right?
You can use that same model with human drones that carry humans from point A to point B.
But guys, hold on. There's a clear distinction, right? Guys, if you fly a drone and that drone for some reason crashes because it loses, we don't care. It's a drone, right? If you have an automated a commercial plane and that thing crashes because your automation screwed up, now you're in for a huge. Who's liable for that? Is it the plane? Is it the airline? Is it the lack of training?
Anybody dumb enough to get on it?
Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. There's a huge distinction if you're like flying just an aircraft with missiles. And
so about 100 years ago, when they were talking about people flying, they actually had laws that airplanes could not bank left or bank right. They had to fly straight and level. Okay, so like these fears that you're talking about were the same exact. Like nobody thought we could fly, right? And it wasn't that long ago that we figured out, hey, man can fly. And I'm thinking that, like I said, it's easily doable, and you can get over the objections and stuff like that. And there might be crashes here and there, but you have those, you have mishaps with airplanes as well. And they're manned, but like all this stuff, these fears that you guys are talking about, these are not new. These are the same fear. Like people never thought that humans could fly, right? And it had to be marketed. Like they had to, like early on in the days when people started flying. If you look at some of these old movies when people started flying, it was like, they had to really market the hell out of it because people were afraid. It's like, how can this thing fly?
Well, just to be clear, humans can't fly. Machines fly. Humans fly the machine.
That's correct.
I mean, I'll agree with you that I'll agree with you that there definitely is going to be. I think the first move before we get there would be you have a system in place that, for example, if the cabin pressure drops and everyone is unconscious, will take over because that's a better backup than the plane now hits the mountain.
No, the first move was getting away from fly by wire. Or direct control of the flying surfaces to fly by wire.
He just made sense.
No cables.
He just made sense because if the cabin does depressurize and everybody's unconscious, likelihood is that plane is going to crash. But if there's a remote way of controlling the aircraft by satellite, then you could save everybody's lives if they aren't already dead.
So, a question about that.
They'll all be brain dead, but they'll be alive.
How often is there an emergency requiring pilot interference during the cruise phase of a flight?
Not very, very often. Mostly turbulent driven or
Usually
something
it's
like that.
medical emergency that requires a diversion, right? Not
Or
a
medical, yeah.
That's correct. That's
Yeah,
correct.
weather,
bird strike.
weather, stuff like that.
Bird strike or weather related. And the other thing is, like, I'm not talking about, like, the start of this isn't going to be replacing the intercontinental the international flights. I think the first phase of this are going to be like the short hop flights where you're going from, let's say, Atlanta to Augusta. It's an hour flight. And you can
Bird
easily,
flies at 35,000 feet. How do you get bird strike during the cruise phase of a flight?
oh, well, not bad. Well, actually, there are some, no, I don't think there are. Maybe not. I don't know. There's definitely weather up there.
Don't they still have people on those trains, on the commuter trains, for the same reason? I mean, and those things are on tracks.
Certain subways are fully automated.
We don't even have fully automated rail. Like,
But at
do we?
10 miles an hour, I mean,
No, 35. Go to Singapore.
what about the
Yeah,
bullet
and
trains?
check Scandinavia. They have a fully automated subway system.
Bullet trains, I'm not sure. But
But
I
it's, I mean,
imagine
it's exponentially easier on a track than up in the sky.
Right, should be.
I disagree. I think it's easier in the sky. Are you serious?
No,
Here's what
flying
you have to keep
the
in
cruise
mind.
phase is the easy part. It's the takeoff and landing that makes flying difficult.
So the thing to keep in mind, if you're trying to push a pilotless plane, people are just going to look back at the 737 MAX and say you're going to kill us all. And that's going to be the public panic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that probably will do it.
If planes are pilotless, suddenly all the certifications they need go away, right? So I would imagine that opens up private flying for more people. I'd be down with that.
I also think for some reason that, like, those smaller drone kind of flying cars, I think people will be more inherently trusting of those having AI technology just because they already know drones are flown with all the programming software. So whereas planes, it's like there's just so much bad history with planes.
And the other thing, like, how many pilots have been found to be like flying and drinking? You know, there have also been incidents of like a plot, like there was in Europe, and it wasn't it in France or the Swiss Alps somewhere, where this guy the pilot intentionally crashed the plane into the side of a mountain. I mean, there have been incidents where pilots have been responsible themselves for willfully bringing down a plane.
Pilot
For every one of those, pilot error flights, how many normal flights have occurred?
Oh, thousands, obviously, and that's not the thing. What I'm saying is that AI doesn't have any motivation to commit suicide. You know, it's like,
So who's the winners?
Of good
The
flights
winners,
don't move the ticker.
the winners are the airlines that won't have to pay all these pilots these lots and lots of money. And it's just like you guys were talking about earlier with the trucks and
The
having
airlines
another
aren't
driver.
going.
Having
The
another
airlines
driver
will
on the
save
board.
maybe 10% because the cost of the flying will move to the AI company who's taking responsibility.
Guys, quick interjection based on AI and getting back to the markets in some sense. Anyone looking at Alphabet tanking today? Any reason for that?
Bard is not as good as ChatGPT.
Okay.
yeah,
so
that article that came out.
That's that's wiping
the
out
other thing is
80% of the company.
Because it implies then that Google cannot reproduce ChatGPT and therefore will either be forced to buy OpenAI and go into bidding war with Microsoft or succumb to ChatGPT powered Bing. I believe that's codename Prometheus.
I think there's some kind of poison pill with OpenAI preventing a buyout.
The other thing with AI-powered drone flying is that driving an automobile is inherently more dangerous than flying in a plane, right? And we're trusting AI to, like, at least we're getting to the point where we're starting to trust AI to drive the cars for us. So that, to me, again, that seems to be a much more intense challenge to drive a car drive a car on the road with AI than to fly a drone, an electric plane with AI.
To me, it's a data thing. Because we have millions of people driving cars and maybe we only have tens of thousands of flights. You're able to capture more data from cars than flights.
I think the problem with the cars is the environment is so variable. Like wherever you go, it could be different from state to state.
But again, you're fighting the public perception. If you have a self-driven car and I get into that, okay, I might get into a car crash and that could be like painful, but if you tell the same person that's happening to their flight, if that goes wrong, there's no like hospitalization result. Right? You're always going to have the public image of that you have to fight against.
Is
The other thing
anybody
about
working
the-
on an AI for flight? Is
I'm
anybody?
sure they are. I mean, well, they're working on. Yeah.
Autopilot's been a thing for so many years now, but it's only good for the cruise portion of the flight, not the takeoff and landing. That's more
So,
difficult, especially if
Hardy,
you've tried landing in a crosswind.
Hardy, what do you think the crossover potential is for Microsoft for their flight simulator into an AI?
What do you mean? It's a game that has semi-realistic physics.
Right, but the hours flown in game count for your licensing.
I don't think so.
Oh, they do up here.
There's a conversion
No,
factor.
not
It's
in
not-
the game. You have to go into a flight simulation at a certified training school. I did flight training in the Virgin Islands, in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So yeah, only a certified school with simulators. We had to go over to Puerto Rico to do that.
You know, funny you say that. There is already AI that can out dogfight a human, so it would be kind of fun to watch drones dogfighting each other.
I'm sure if you offered people, like I've driven in California, like between San Francisco and Los Angeles, and I've driven in New York, driven in Chicago. There are certain. I've driven in Shanghai. There are certain places I think if you would offer people the option to take a drone for a short flight, like hopping back and forth versus flying, in those areas, I think they would jump on it in an instant.
So you mean a helicopter?
No, a drone. Helicopter's still man.
Anyone
Like
dare to short off of it?
When
Yeah,
you
like
say
from-
drone, do you mean those
Those licenses.
quadcopter devices?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, but those
So there's-
are still piloted currently. So there's like unmanned and manned drones as well.
Correct. And I have a drone. Like as far as landing goes, I have a drone. I do use a drone, and you can program it to automatically land and take off, so you don't have to worry about that. And it handles it pretty well. Obviously, I haven't tried it in like a 100-mile-an-hour wind or anything like that, but under normal circumstances, it would be pretty good.
So in that instance, I would probably want an exoskeleton type suit from which airbags can deploy in the event the drone, for whatever reason, can't carry my heavy ass up or drop
Yeah,
my
but
heavy
as far
ass.
as safety goes, they've had
We can do that.
parachute. They've had parachutes on small airplanes since like the 70s. So all you'd have to do is wire a parachute system to deploy
Right,
if it
but
senses
that
a drop in
parach-
altitude. So it'll
Well,
only
what's-
work right for 100 feet or higher, or 300 feet or higher, or whatever, or 1,000 feet. I don't know what the minimum distance is
But
for
my,
parachute
so,
to deploy.
so there's an altitude as the drone is descending to drop you off where your parachute won't work.
Right, I understand that. But think about how much time is that of the total flight? So it's a pretty small percentage that something would happen during the takeoff and landing. But that's always the most dangerous part of flying.
The majority of crashes happen either at the beginning or at the end of the flight.
Yeah, for
Mhm.
drones with vertical takeoff, it's a little bit more safer than the whole running up to 80, 120 miles an hour for takeoff.
Not true.
I mean, not if you're at 100
Helicopters
feet, you
suffer
lose
from
power.
bird strike. Helicopters suffer from bird strike.
Yes, they do.
No, a helicopter, bird strike's not really going to do much to a helicopter blade compared to a small engine prop, like or a combustion engine that takes in
It's
air.
not the blade I'm concerned about, it's the turbine.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So turbines, helicopters have blades instead of turbines.
What drives the blades? It's not a piston engine.
Yes, it is a piston engine. Oh, in the
There's
Yeah.
different brands here.
It's a
Let's
jet.
go.
It's a jet. But the whole economics of flying though requires, because of the economics of flying, it requires the larger the aircraft, the more economies of scale you have. With electric drones and unmanned electric drones, you don't have to carry 300, 400 passengers when you're going from Pittsburgh to Chicago. You can do like much smaller vehicles, so you're not risking as many lives at one time as you are with large commercial aircraft. That's the other part of it. Like in terms of the economics of it, unmanned drones, I think, are going to be the future of aviation, especially on shorter flights.
So in that case, you'd probably need to find a way to simulate a starling's murmur, for example, where you have a flock of birds all acting independently but able to not hit each other midair, or if they do, recover.
Exactly. Yeah, collision avoidance, I think, is the key to that whole thing. If they can figure that out for these drones, it would be huge. I mean, it would change the economics of flying and make it a lot
Like
more
those giant
interesting too.
drone shows. They already have big drone shows like that.
Yeah, but those drone shows have a ground station. They're not independently getting into position. The ground station is what's coordinating them all.
But I would imagine that would be the same thing in the future. A ground station would be directing the flights.
Well,
Either that or
therein
you
lies
just have a lot more sensors on each drone so they don't interact.
sensors are weight. So it would be kind of fun if there was like a wall of quadcopter drones in place, because that's where they were told to go. If you were to throw a ball at it, the wall would open up all independently because they're avoiding that ball. I don't think we're yet at that level of sophistication yet.
Wow.
Yeah, agreed, but drones don't move that fast.
Mark
You
Robber
can just
made a
use sonar.
dartboard. Have you guys seen that video? Mark Robber makes a dartboard that forces a bullseye every time he throws it.
Yes, but that's only in very controlled circumstances.
Right. Yeah. It made me think of that. I was like, oh man.
Whoever wanted Enphase at 200, you might get your chance. We're down to 220 right now.
Looks like a mostly red day on Wall Street.
I mean, sorry to bring it back to this, but I'm kind of shocked by Google's drop. I mean, anyone anyone playing that? Anyone buying puts or? I mean, I don't know if I dare short Google, but I don't know. It's pretty steep. It's like
I would say, well, I would let Bing have the headline because that'll decay Google's share price. And then once it's down, let's call it 20% from the mean, buy year-long leaps against it, similar to what happened with Meta earlier this year, or well, last year, I guess.
Yeah, I'm looking at
'Cause
selling cash
this
secured
news
puts on
cycle,
Google.
this news cycle will be temporary as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
I don't know if Google will beat OpenAI, but they will find a solution that at the very least beats Bing.
I mean, have we already forgotten about AlphaGo and AlphaFold?
Is that the same company? I thought that was a Google research company.
DeepMind.
Right, but I think they were focused. They were
Google.
focusing on deep learning, not on LLMs, large language models.
But that is deep learning. That's just a subset of deep learning.
Yeah, you could say it's a subset the same way a race car is a subset of a car.
I mean, I don't think we disagree. Yeah, I mean, like, so is computer vision, right? Computer vision is just another subset of deep learning. Like,
Well, the problem with computer vision and deep learning is you need to be able to execute the model quickly, and there's only so much space you could stuff into an ASIC.
But so, I mean, if you want to get a NLP model to run in real time, you'd also need to fit it onto an ASIC. I mean, like ChatGPT doesn't have to be real time. Computer vision, most applications of computer vision have to be real time, like driving a car. But if you don't care about the latency, then yeah, sure, you can just run it on some GPUs and have the customer wait like the 10 seconds that ChatGPT takes. But if you needed that to be real time, then. But if you didn't need real time computer vision, you could also run it on like stock hardware. I don't know. I mean, I think you're right though overall with the play. Maybe just wait, let it tank a bit and buy some leaps.
The news cycle is not favorable for Google, and there's not really any news other than Bard is currently underperforming ChatGPT.
It's lambda.
I'm actually pretty surprised by that. The more I think about it, because a lot of the model, like the concepts and the engineering behind it, are open source. So I'm thinking that Microsoft may have something that's secret,
the tagging,
but gives them a competitive advantage. It could be.
No,
I'm
that's
just not
genuinely
familiar.
OpenAI's advantage. They have a much larger army of people tagging and categorizing the data for them.
Right.
It's all about the data.
Interesting. I knew they tagged it. I just didn't know the scale of it. Something to look into. I've seen tagging farms in China, like actually been to them, and there's debate just because China has a larger population and they monitor everything. US does some of that too. That they will win the AI war just because they're able to collect more data.
So would you short in the meantime while you're waiting for that 20% drawdown? Or
No,
no?
in this case, I would do cash secured puts, but ladder it down so I'm not like so. Let's say 5% of my capital is committed over the course of $10 increments going down, so that if the price goes down $50, I'll be fully committed to the trade, fully averaged in.
Okay.
It's sort of like with GameStop. I recently got assigned on my covered calls, and that's fine. My cost basis net of all the calls was like $4, and now I have cash secured puts out there, waiting for GameStop to cross it, so that I can repeat the cycle and harvest more more premium.
You're putting a bunch of cash up for that though, right?
Enough to buy 100 shares per contract, but it's collateral, so the premium I earn against that collateral is still acceptable for me considering the risk.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, so instead of the all right. So instead of naked shorting, you just sell the put. Okay.
It is cash secured, so like it is a collateralized position.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. And you do this over a spread of strike
strikes.
prices.
Yeah. So like for every strike and expiration, I'll calculate the annualized return, and then according to my risk management rules, I'll distribute money according to the best sets, and then limit my exposure on a ticker basis according to risk of failure, risk of ruin.
And what is the expirations you generally aim for in your puts?
Shorter expirations usually are better, but you have to weigh the risk of assignment against the fact that you can't use your cash for 3 days. So is it?
Well, I
worth
mean, I can't use my
shorting
margin for 3 days, but I don't know if I want to dip it to that.
Oh, well, this is a cash account for me, but
Okay.
But the idea being, if I'm assigned on this trade, can I afford the 3 days of 0% earnings?
Yeah.
Versus a different trade. That's all.
Would you buy the puts and then just wait it out until it's like worst case?
No,
Or, sorry,
because
would you get assigned and then just wait it out? Like, is that what you're saying? Like you'd wait
if
out
I'm
until-
assigned, sell calls.
Okay, you'll sell the. Oh, I
part
see.
is to get my cost basis below the strike of my short puts.
Okay, so you'll sell a covered call if you get assigned. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just the wheel.
Okay.
Which works best in flat to slightly bullish market.
I think as I'm looking at these weekly puts, and the price is just not like $36 for a 95. Is that really worth the that return really worth the committing that much margin?
That's why you sell the cash secured puts, because there's nice premiums on those right now because the price is going down. So instead of being on the buy side of those puts, you're on the sell side of those puts, but you have to secure it with cash.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But like committing that much margin or cash, like you still have to lock it up, right, for 3 days, and what your return is $36.
I mean, actually, my goal is to get the shares. The premium is just a bonus as far as I'm concerned. My actual goal is to get the Google shares because long term, I think Google's going to be okay.
No, I see.
That's my strategy, anyways. I mean, I'm trying to get the shares, and someone's going to pay me to buy the shares, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that I agree with. I just think, but then you may miss out if it just doesn't hit your. If you don't get a sign, or you don't, then it pops up one day.
That's correct. Yeah, there's two outcomes in this. There's two outcomes in this. The stock really tanks, at which point I get shares, at let's say $80 a share, and the price of Google goes down to $50 a share, suddenly I'm holding $80 shares that are $30 a share down. That's one option. But the better two options are first, the puts expire worthless, in which case I just collect the premium on them. I don't get the Google shares, and then it frees up my money 3 days later. And then my preferred option at this point is for the option to get exercised, and I get the shares and then collect the premium on it, and then I'll start selling covered calls on the shares that I acquired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So really, the only risk is like Google stock taking a real dump and going 5, 10, 15% below my strike price of the cash secured puts. That's the real risk.
What's the return on the premium after 3 days?
Well, it depends on
A few percent.
Well, very small, on the amount of cash you're looking at.
Yeah, it's 0.3% for 3 days. So if you annualize that, it's not a bad return. If I could do that every 3 days.
Yeah.
Like 30% for the year. 30.
0.3%, so 0.003.
I haven't actually done the math. I'm outside right now. I'm not in front of my computer, but rough estimate, I'm thinking like 0.33%, 0.003.
So 1% every 3 days.
So if you get
1%.
If you have a 0.3% return in 3 days, if you annualize it, that's a 43% annual return. That's assuming you can get that same 0.3% every 3 days.
Every 3 days, correct.
Reapply the math based on your collateral for a cash secured put. So looking at Disney, for example, right? We've got the February 10 expiring in 2 days. So if you were to sell the 109 puts that are currently going for, let's call it $2.40. So you have the $2.40 premium you're receiving for $109 in collateral. That's 2.2%. And it expires in 2 days. So you raise it to the 360 divided by 2. Then you have an annualized return of 4,900%. Now, you're not going to get this every 2 days. Today is special because it's earnings day. Well, that's how the math works out.
Do you guys ever buy, deep in the money puts and just hope that by recovering, like let's say Google or Disney bounced up 10% within like a week or two that you
can sell a deep in the money put, but then you also, if you're exercised, have to pay the strike price.
But you got the cash for it. Yeah.
Correct. So as long as that math works out for you, go for it.
Do you get paid
doing buy rights?
I'm sorry. Do you get paid on trading days or on all 365 calendar days? Is it 3 trading days so you get your money back, or do you get the interest the weekend?
You get the premium.
Weekend.
You get the premium immediately.
You get the premium immediately, but your capital gets locked up for those 3 days. So you have to calculate the opportunity cost of that capital being locked up for those 3 days. But you get the premium immediately, and then at the end of the 3 days, then you get the capital back as well if they don't get exercised.
Yeah. Anyway, I just bought a couple of 98. Sorry, sold a couple of 98.
So what some people will sometimes do is they'll have like some pool of stock. They will sell a 1-year leap against it, probably like moderately out the money, and that's their income for the year. It's maybe, depending on the stock, 1.5 to 10 times better to do weeklies or monthlies or shorter time, the shorter expiration periods, because you have that compounding factor.
%8 in 1 day. Wow. How much of its market cap is that?
So you love this kind of market then, Hardy?
I like when it's sideways and there's a lot of uncertainty. The moment the crash happens, I do have SQQQ. I do give up some of my premium profit to buy insurance with SQQQ calls, so that the market. How do I put this? The market needs to. If the market crashes more than 15% in a month, I'm covered. If the crash is between 5 and roughly 12%, I'll lose money, net of the premiums that I'm harvesting.
Interesting you mentioned the crash. What do you guys think about recession?
What recession?
a recession in 2023.
Are we talking like the COVID level crash?
Yeah, probably. Well, maybe a knock-on effect sort of recession. Maybe starts in Europe or US, and then
The
domino effect
problem
as
with
well.
these is it's hard to pin down a date for a recession, right? Even if you looked in 2008, there wasn't any one specific date that you could call responsible for the following economic hardship. COVID is a little unique because of the lockdown causing it, but I don't think we'll see a COVID level drop in the share price again. So
Do you think
it's
we're at the
hard
bottom?
to. No, not even close.
So we got
I
further down
wasn't,
to go.
I wasn't really thinking about a date per se, but just like some, a trigger event, and what would be the best moves in a recession.
So if you take pre-COVID SPY and then just draw a trend line through it, you'll find that we got pretty close to that trend line back in October. So I think we have another little bit to go before the COVID mania, if you could call it that, is fully out of the market. And we're back to the slow upward trend.
Hmm.
And keep in mind, a portion of that is due to the money printing that went on.
So you're saying the bottom's behind us and we're off the bottom?
I'm saying we got close to hitting the bottom and then we came back up. But if you follow Elliott wave theory, we have another bottom coming up.
Okay.
A lower bottom, to be clear.
So do you think the signs will be similar to 2008, like a squeeze on credit, etc.?
Well, 2008 was unique in that a default in one thing caused a cascade of failures in other things. So you had, for example, uncollateralized
Mortgages.
CDOs, I think. No, the mortgages were collateralized by the mortgages themselves, but you had the derivatives against those collateralized mortgages, like CDOs, I think, collateralized debt obligations or CDS, credit default swaps, that you could
Yeah.
sell, receive the premium for it, and not have to post collateral. So when the lower tranches of a pool of mortgages defaulted or missed payments or something happened, those CDSs suddenly became exercisable and due, and the full collateral had to be posted. And some banks didn't have that full collateral to post those losses.
So I would say, in short, it's different this time. The banks are not out of whack.
The banks are very much out of whack, but it's not in mortgages. It's in auto, it's in student loan,
Correct.
it's in
And it's
other
not
over-leveraged
over-collateralized.
spaces.
Yeah,
Consumer debt's high too, right?
Wait. I want to hear those what you were mentioning, because I want to look out for these signs as well, because there are some.
So look up Ray Dalio's video about the credit cycle. And that's a very, very high level overview of what I'm describing now. Basically, you need to find some pool of debt that will likely be suddenly, violently, and what's the term? Involuntarily unwound.
Okay.
Unexpectedly unwound.
And they're looking at consumer debt, like high consumer debt, as an option that it might be there.
Theoretically, yes, but until unemployment goes up by any meaningful amount, defaults and missed payments on things like a mortgage or a car payment or a credit card payment unlikely to happen. At a minimum, for all these tech bro layoffs, assuming they were engineers, or even if they weren't engineers, most layoff terms had the actual termination date in 2023, even though the layoff was announced in 2022. So you effectively were being paid your salary for 2 to 3 months and paid to basically do nothing because you were locked out of your computer. And on top of that, you received some amount of severance. Let's call it 4-month severance. So 4 months from a hypothetical January or February termination date would mean you can file for unemployment. Let's see, so February, so March, April, you can file for unemployment in June, assuming February termination or February separation date and 4-month severance. You could file for unemployment in June, and the unemployment rate would then be reflected in the July numbers. So I'm anticipating now May to August period is when the effect
of these layoffs will start to be felt, or at least start to reflect in economic data, assuming that these people were not able to get jobs, or those laid off were not able to get jobs. Now, as an
And home
anecdotal,
builders is home prices. That's one of the assets the rate hikes seem to have targeted.
I don't
Home
know
builders
if
slow
that's
down. Not
it
yet.
slowed. So new home starts were still higher than expected, but still lower than previous quarters. So it implies that there's still a market, or at least demand, for new construction. I haven't seen existing sales yet. I don't know if that comes out in March or in April, but that'll be an interesting metric to look at. I have been looking at real estate markets and tracking the average time on market in different like city and metropolitan areas, and it while the figure is creeping up, houses used to close in 20 days or less. Now it's approaching 35-40 days in certain areas. I imagine that number will only creep up, and once it breaks about 190, which is where it was at the worst part of the 2008 crash, that's when I probably will start looking to buy up real estate again. In the meantime, my real estate portfolio pretty much is all sorts of tax liens and paper and other paper.
It's interesting because
Whoever's talking, you sound really faint.
Sorry, I'm saying I think there's a problem in private equity. I think they're over levered, and it's all outside the banking system.
Yeah,
How
you're still
are
far,
they?
far away.
Okay, so you're saying private equity is over-levered. How do you think so? Because I'm of the opinion there's a lot of private equity money out there, but relatively little investment because the what's it called?
I'm talking existing portfolio companies that are levered 6.5, 7 times.
Oh, okay, so companies that were taken private by private equity. At what rate do you know was the debt taken out?
It's floating. Most of it's
These were floating rates?
senior debt.
So that means a bunch of funds are going under soon.
Is his finger on the mic?
No, sorry. Is that better?
Barely.
Marginally.
Is that better?
Much
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, that's got it.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I was running it through a speaker. No, I'm saying the companies that went private took on debt, through the mezzanine at 6.5 times, and it's floating rate stuff.
So
And the
it's
interest
what?
payment.
Fed plus 400 basis points or something like that?
The seniors probably, SOFR plus 450 to 500, and the mezz is 11-12%. The second lien's floating too.
Now,
And go ahead.
If banks start to see this, if they get worried about it, they're going to tighten up more, right? They're going to.
Yeah,
Well,
and valuations have to come down.
Yes, I agree. Valuations will have to come down, but who financed these funds? Was it banks? Was it hedge funds? Was it high net worth?
It's a motley crew of people, but it's some institutional money, like companies like Ares, banks, like BMO plays in that market.
Is the Saudi SoftBank got their money from the Saudi sovereign fund, so that they're relatively willing to bear a drawdown.
Yeah, that's my question. Is like, will anyone in 2008, 2009, the banks kind of just kicked the can down the road, but can they keep doing that? So I mean, you asked about, someone said something about where is the next bubble with Ray Dalio, and I think that there's a valuation problem in private equity.
Okay, so a lot of leverage in private equity that probably shouldn't be there. It's a good case.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to point out is how many SPACs are looking for companies to invest in. The volume of SPAC deals that have in the last 12 months seems to have dropped off precipitously, and these companies still have their treasuries looking for places to invest. So I suspect a good number of SPACs will unwind or have their shares redeemed as they approach their two-year windows.
So what are the indicators for that? Like, I mean,
can you
is there
get
anything-
options on those?
Some of them have options, and before market makers wised up, you used to be able to sell $9 puts against a SPAC that hadn't yet merged, because that was effectively free premium. The price would never go below the treasury, or if it did, free money, you could buy it below treasury.
By the way, guys, I just real quick, we spoke about Ray Dalio. I just posted like a summary of the. I mean, read the book, I suppose, is the Big Debt Crises. But I posted a quick
the book elaborates on the video.
Yeah, I mean, I just posted a summary of the.
Is the video debt cycle or credit cycle? I see a debt cycle.
Yeah,
right, debt cycle, because it's just the other side of the credit cycle.
Yeah. For those curious.
But the premise is that at some point, borrowing is used to finance luxury and discretionary shit, not investment. At which point, there is too much leverage in the market will have to deleverage. And I'm of the opinion we're approaching that, especially since people apparently are financing groceries.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I think
I think we're definitely
the late summer timeline could be interesting as the official unemployment kind of goes up a bit as people finish their kind of separation packages, but also student loans. I think the delay is until June in the U.S., and then you give 60 plus 90 days for it to be in default, and then you could have an issue there because people deciding student loan or groceries or car.
That's assuming it doesn't get extended again.
If this starts to unfold here, will we see it and be able to share ways to make some money off of it pretty easy?
It won't be easy, but it'll definitely be visible.
I mean, this goes back to the question of what I forget. I don't know who the speaker is because my bubbles are not working, but you were mentioning about the long-term debt cycle being a pointer towards future recession, as in we haven't hit the bottom yet. I think that's where this conversation sort of originated, if I'm not mistaken. So
in terms of plays, the problem isn't knowing that the price will go down. The problem is knowing when, because there's only so many times you can buy SQQQ and get burned on theta.
Has everyone gone quiet?
No, we've been talking this whole time. Something wrong?
Momentarily.
We're thinking.
What's going on?
I posted a link to an AI chat bot called Replica, where you can have an AI date / companion.
Kind of what I was asking yesterday about AI in the dating. No, it was VR. It was VR in the dating world.
Unless you can somehow create a hug suit like they do in Upload, I'm not sure that level of metaverse will be acceptable as a replacement for companionship and such.
It's a start. You can go on a date, eat a steak, look at each other across the table, and then you can meet up in real life for a hug.
It's a jealousy thing because you get the program to call you and make things inconvenient for your existing relationship. So you get them to act up. You don't have to react. Your partner has to react because you have this other relationship with the AI.
Might be an opportunity to create an AI that teaches you how to date so that when you get the real date, you don't fuck it up.
There's the Gen dating for that.
I'm of the opinion. I have the opinion that it's going to be about 100% fuck up continuously and several times, and then you go down to 98, and you keep on going down. Eventually, you get it right.
Yeah, I guess we should put up some elevator music, huh?
Well, it's been
There
fun,
you go.
gentlemen. It was a very, very good conversation today. Try not to lose too much money. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Yeah.
So someone in the comments asked, does the interest rate hike not affect companies? And here's how it affects the stock of companies. Suppose a company earns 4% a year in profits, right? But there's a risk to it because factory could go down, product launch could fail, something that affects the ability of that company to earn 4% in profits a year. Then you have the Fed, the Federal Reserve, who is willing to pay you 4.75% in interest on the money you invest, buying treasury bills or whatever. So you have this risk-free security backed by the full faith and credit of the US government. And then you have this semi-risky stock, which may or may not hit that 4% profit in the year. Most investors are more likely to go to the treasury bills because same return, lower risk, which means the price of these companies needs to come down in order for the return on their profits, the dividend that gets paid out, to justify the risk that's being taken by buying their stock. So in a way,
unless there's an expansion in the variety of equity that can be gained. We have an expansion.
that only happens if the company is growing, which also needs profit.
I don't know. Right now,
if the growth is debt based, then it's even worse because now, if you borrow at 6%, the thing you invest that borrowed money into has to grow faster than the 6%.
Right. Profit.
And that's the problem that caused FTX to implode. They were promising, what was it, 15, 20% annualized return in a marketplace that couldn't provide it.
Right. Okay. So you're looking at a basic one situation versus the Fed, but I think we're in an expanding market situation. So,
what do you mean by expanding market?
Expanding markets, as in plural.
Okay. Can you please elaborate there? What do you mean?
There's varieties of risks to be taken that have never been taken. We have electric vehicles. That's new. We still have biotech, also new, and in a lot of ways still promising. Even though if you buy a biotech, you're going to get busted. You can make a lot of money, but you're eventually going to get busted if you keep on believing. And that's just two of them. There are others.
So, if you were to take the sum of the market cap for these emerging markets or these expanding markets, how much money do you think? Leopard, why do you keep breathing into the mic? Well, how you take the sum of the market cap for these emerging markets or these emerging industries, and then you project their growth forward. What would you say that growth could be?
I would say, okay, I would take a bad example first. I think real estate is going to be completely just the bottoms of it's going to drop out because for the exact reasons that you're pointing out. In terms of electric vehicles, we have seen how this pans out. The electric vehicle market has not been it's been dominated in the United States, but it's in no way threatening global combustion engines. It's starting to threaten. So it's still an expanding markets, plural. Pressure washers, we're beginning to see some pressure washers that are electric or they have and they can still do the job, but they haven't replaced anything. So this is an expanding market. Another expanding, we're adding a market. So risks that have not been taken before. There's a couple others. Always look at Washington because where they're dropping dollars, there's an opportunity there that has never happened before. So this is fabrication. This is the arena of fabrication.
So what would the risk be in investing in these expanding markets? Is there a possibility, perhaps, that the premise or the technology or the business model becomes irrelevant or loses value?
Well, of course, I would have to answer that. That's always a possibility. But we've only covered just a couple. We also
the point I'm getting at is you have some expected return for these nascent markets.
I would say 15 to 20% over 4.
So you have that expected return, but there's also a possibility that your money goes to zero because, let's say, the company files bankruptcy or the industry collapses for some reason.
Yeah, I'd say that is exactly the way that it is. So yes.
So that's the market. I mean the overall like investing community market requiring a higher return because of these risks they are forced to assume in exchange for their investment. Does that make sense?
Yes. There are some areas though where the risk is substantially reduced. Biden last night, supply chain for silicon will start in America. Now we all know that this has to work its way all the way through Washington. So, but I mean, if that's true, we have everything from mining. There needs to be new mines. There's rare earth metals we don't have access to because we may have them in the ground, but we're not harvesting them. So there's that. Things are moving too much to I would look at it as like a sliding curve of risk. There's now a risk of staying in the combustion engine business there, and so the curve moves more towards the electric. So you still have to be a smart investor, which essentially means despite credit, despite interest rate jerking around, we're still in a arena where our markets are brand new. They are still brand new, and they're not proven. They might have been around for a couple of years, but that's not ExxonMobil. That's not Ford. That's not a really long period of time. So I'd say that as far as what this does, in my mind, is it kicks recession down the road. And also because we have been cooped up and there has been COVID, the entertainment industries now have another new opportunity. There's a lot of appetite for entertainment, casinos,
I'm out,
shows,
y'all. Peace.
Disney. I still think we're in the middle of it. I think we possibly found the bottom. I think maybe we're going to move sideways for multiple years, which would be good for you.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Have you guys already discussed Manchester United, the football and/or soccer team, if you go by American or European definition, supposedly being looked at as being acquired by Qatari investors potentially? I think they had some sale deadline where they wanted some degree of the process finalized by February. So there's some talk regarding it. Its market cap right now, I mean, I still need to look more into this, but its market cap right now is only like half of what the Glazer family, the owners of Manchester United, said they're looking for through the sale. So if it does end up being the price that they're, I mean, granted, the Qatar could counter and negotiate to some degree, but if the sale does go through at the price target they're looking at, that'd be still a sizable increase from where Manchester United stocks is at right now, if I'm not mistaken.
It's quite up already for the day as well. I thought it was a South African that was trying to buy it. No.
I read Qatari, which wouldn't surprise me. I mean, for a few, I mean, don't get me wrong, it'd be money from a number of countries, but they were talking about like the World Cup, in addition to the fact that the Middle East in general is starting to pick up more of the football spotlight, especially in recent months with Ronaldo going over there and whatnot. They also own Paris Saint-Germain, the Qataris, so it could be another. I don't want to say oil chic, but it could be just someone with money who also wants his own team. But I don't know, something to look into, definitely.
So the price already jumped on the news, went from 2050-ish to 24. So is this potentially now a sell the news event or sell the rumor? Because the bid may very well not come through. Because if it does come through, it's capped at some upside. Let's call it $25 a share. If it doesn't go through, does it fall back down to 20? You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I wonder how many potential buyers are out there right now who might also try to jump in the process if they hear that there is a deadline in February and there are potential buyers looking at it right now. But yeah, you got a good point in saying it might not go through.
Wasn't the original deadline in December and no proposals came?
Is someone offering to buy, or are they asking, or are they soliciting bids?
They are soliciting bids. When they released Ronaldo, they said they were going to sell because they didn't want to invest more in the club.
I see. Okay.
So it
And
from 11 or 12 to 20 something until the end of December, but no proposals came.
so in that case, you could probably sell. Let's see, what's the applied volatility? IV for the which expiration is this? Looks like the March 3 expiration is what's elevated. So I'm assuming it means the deadline is after February 28, or on or after February 28, if that's why the implied volatility and the implied uncertainty is so high for a later maturity or later expiration than the front strike or the front expiration. So let's see. If I were to sell the March 3 $20 puts, well, there's not much of a market there. $22 maybe. Yeah, the spreads are really wide, so never mind. There's not much of an options play here.
Which one? Which stock?
Manu, Manchester United. Mike Alpha November uniform.
I saw this morning that the British government had issued some variety of cryptocurrency having to do with the British pound.
It's a CDBC, or CBDC, central bank digital currency. They
A
are
stable
looking at.
coin. Yeah, stable coin. It's called what is it? Pound something. I talked about it yesterday.
Is that similar to like the shares and that you guys were talking about yesterday in the?
It's called pound
No.
token.
Yeah. So do banks have to buy them in order to be?
Yeah, it sort of works the same way the current central banks work now. The difference is that there is a public ledger, theoretically, that is immutable, also theoretically. Part of the problem there is that because the currency is digital and therefore the bank balances are effectively records in a database, it's entirely possible to freeze assets and do it more easily. It's also possible to rewrite history because one entity controls a ledger. So I have less faith in CBDCs than before. And
Scary time.
I agree. And as their use increases or proliferates, I'll probably see to what extent I can acquire more Bitcoin.
Yeah, like in Nigeria only recently, because they had a huge push to central bank digital currencies there, and then they had some problems just recently, and it was almost came to a riot.
Growing pains for sure.
Yeah, well, I think the push was like too fast. To be fair, really
Well,
too
they were
fast.
trying to be the first so they can show how innovative they are to attract foreign investment.
Yeah, and it was created by a company out of Barbados called BIT, which I'm kind of familiar with, BITT, and they're trying to get their central bank digital currency recognized in other countries, other nations. They're gaining some traction.
I think the scariness is even beyond just freezing. It's like they could control spending. They could control how much you spend at the grocery store or on luxury
Absolutely.
goods. Yeah, I mean it's
Absolutely,
crazy.
but to be fair, that already happens with SNAP benefits, for example.
Yeah, but we're talking about the entire economy or a lot of it versus just a small piece in a specific area.
It's time to buy gold, my friends, because by 2030, all this stuff that we're talking about now is going to be like a huge reality.
Perhaps.
Going,
I'd
going
actually
into the
go for
website.
Bitcoin because as long as you control the key, it's a lot easier to transport across borders.
There's that too.
Go with silver over gold. Better electrical transmitter. Plus, in terms of solar radiation, I mean, this is way down the road. But if and when gold and some of these materials are used for spaceships and whatnot, some believe silver will be more important than gold. I don't know.
Where the hell am I going to store all that silver? It's too much.
Yeah. So the way I see it, there are currently 50 million people in the world who are worth $1 million US or more. So if the entirety of Bitcoin's existence were only to be distributed across these 50 million people, you would just need 1/50 millionth of the 21 million Bitcoin that will ever be produced to be a Bitcoin millionaire equivalent. So on the off chance that Bitcoin becomes the dominant currency the way US dollar is the dominant currency today, you now effectively have the same wealth as a US dollar millionaire.
That is very interesting. And
Do you think it can get over the hurdle of transactions per second as well as the environmental not
It's
being
irrelevant.
angle?
For me, it's irrelevant because the cost of 1/50 millionth of Bitcoin, I can afford in dollars. And I repeat, for things like Ethereum, Link, and other cryptocurrencies that I'm willing to purchase, I only ever get up to 1/50 millionth of them.
Yeah, we could put that in gold and write it on the wall. There you go.
I'm getting ideas now.
Hey, quick question. You said, Hardy, about the SNAP benefits, how they can cap it.
It's not how they cap it, they prevent it from being spent in unapproved or unauthorized areas.
Yeah, correct, because that's essentially welfare, am I right?
It's a subset of welfare, yeah. Why do you ask?
Okay. So I'm just saying, with this, that digital currency, like, I'm not on welfare. I have a job. My wife works. We're doing all right. I want to buy what I want to buy when I want to buy it. I don't want to have someone tell me, hey, you can't, you bought too much of it this week. Like, yeah, I see everybody's point on this digital currency, on like, not the fears of it, but the concerns for sure.
Current benefits that are being touted by its advocates are basically better enforcement of sanctions. But my concern with that is, what if I'm unfairly or incorrectly sanctioned? Suddenly I can't spend money. So I'm sure this is putting me on lists, because anytime I fly through Europe, I always get the 4 S's secretly selected for secondary screening. So
Hey, that happens to me too.
yeah, so whatever. An old European guy gets to feel me up.
I got stopped coming into the country from Jamaica and coming into the country from Canada. So, fun stuff.
We used to have photographs, and those went digital. And then we used to have newspapers, and those are kind of digital. And we also used to have sheets of paper, and we still have that, but those went digital. Money's next. Yeah, that's my point is money's just another next thing. It's almost like they need to market Bitcoin a little bit less digitally in order to attract people who aren't currently using it. Almost.
What's interesting is everything needs power as well.
Well, the value of a dollar or any currency is in the ability to spend it and trade it for goods, because you can't eat money, but you can trade money for food. And until you have that higher velocity of transactions, it's kind of hard to use Bitcoin to eat. For example,
the transaction fees on Bitcoin are also too high now, right?
I haven't transacted in a couple of years, so I'm not sure.
Well, unless they did another split or something, or change the code base, I'm pretty sure it's still way too high for everyday use.
Platform. Wait, so tell me again, how many Bitcoins are in existence? You say 21 million?
There will only ever be 21 million Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is deflationary.
How would that be enough for everybody?
You can divide it infinitely.
All right. I see. Okay. Thanks for the idea again. Time to buy a Bitcoin.
So back to AI a bit. Just thinking here. I wonder when Microsoft's going to get hit with a lawsuit for someone using ChatGPT to do something illegal. Because you can already ask it how to make drugs and stuff, and it answers if you know what you're doing.
They're going to
That's
disclaim
what
it.
you on a list.
They're going to disclaim it
I'm
away
on a
by
list
saying
now.
you can. Yeah, they're going to disclaim it away by saying you can find that in a Google search anyway. Yeah,
But
it's true.
I think, well, one thing is you could scrape Pacer to see and find if a lawsuit like that is filed, but I think it depends if the media picks it up.
Well, Pacer only is a subset of federal courts and bankruptcy courts. It's not the entire U.S. court system.
That's true. I do have scrapers for some of the state courts as well, but not all of them are open or play nice.
Hey, I have a business need for state court filings and anything that is outside Pacer's coverage. Are you selling the scraper or selling the service behind the scraper? Because I have buyers for you.
I used to. We can connect offline if you're interested. I've done a lot with Selenium proxies, scraping millions of pages a day, and getting around the things that make it unfriendly. And that's kind of what I've been doing as a specialty. So we can connect offline.
Are you guys building an AI?
So I have in one of the companies I advise is in the debt space, and they lend money to businesses. And one of the ways they protect against default is by looking up what's called adverse media or bad news.
All right.
So if a business is getting sued and that filing shows up in a state court where I have coverage, I'm able to advise the business to pull credit or call on the debt to be repaid before other creditors know about it, so that effectively
I
their
did
credit line gets decimated.
something similar, scraping state courts and federal courts for bankruptcy keywords, and then finding the person filing for bankruptcy and giving that information to bankruptcy lawyers. That may not be legal now for privacy reasons, but the bankruptcy lawyers would pay a good amount of money as a lead.
If someone's filing for bankruptcy, don't they already have a lawyer?
Sometimes not. And that was the
So
key.
you have to check the filing to see if there's no attorney associated with that.
If it's pro se, yeah.
Are you able to do that without downloading the document?
Sometimes it will give you a summary, and it will say like represented by or pro se. It's different for each state court, though.
I see.
So Canopy Growth had earnings today.
How'd it go?
I don't know. I just saw the notification. I'm just about to click it. Slow internet.
Hardy, have you heard of a company called STEM? The ticker is also STEM. It's basically in the smart energy storage space. They have an energy analyzation platform called Athena that saves the majority of customers who use their platform money on their energy bill, even factoring in their service fee. So apparently, it's like the majority of S&P 500 companies are already using them. They have something like over 30 patents. The founders are from Harvard and CU Boulder. Just curious if you've heard of the company or if you're thoughts on
I have
it.
not, but I assume this is some sort of load shifting or time shifting software.
Well, it's interesting
or it works
because
in the wholesale electric space where they're bidding accordingly.
I mean, I want to say a little bit of both almost. They have a way of where, for the clients who use their service, if you have surplus energy, you can sell it back to the grid. But they're one of their main competitors in a way is Tesla in terms of like energy storage for like external, car battery ports and whatnot. Not to say that, there can't be more than a couple competitors in that space, which is going to be huge, especially in the next couple of years with all the infrastructure projects going on to support, every 50 miles and whatnot. But I don't know, apparently a leading company in its space and one that I've kept my eye on for a while. I just been thinking about maybe long-term calls in the next matter of weeks or months here.
You're probably better off selling puts, so you're paid to buy the stock at the strike price when it goes to that level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that, but it's a good point.
So as a quick example, using February 10 expiration, you could sell the $9.50 puts for, let's say, 10 cents. So 10 cent in premium over $9.50 in collateral is 0.1% return. And then it expires in 2 days, right? So that gives you 20% annualized return for the obligation to buy at $9.50 a share. If you can just keep selling new contracts every time the collateral gets freed up.
They also, a lot of their business model is dependent on 5 to 10 year contracts. So they have a larger degree or a larger degree of reliability in their earnings as compared to some companies where it's, more fluctuation, more volatility and whatnot. Not to say that, the companies can't back out in some cases. I think they have some exit clauses and whatnot, but yeah, just interesting in that regard too. They're also seeing I don't want to say meteoric growth year over year, but it's been like each quarter has been sizable growth. I don't have any numbers verbatim off the top of my head, but it's worth looking into.
The other thing I want to point out is that around July last year, they went from 130 million shares to 144 and then to 154 million shares outstanding. So I assume they did some sort of equity raise at some point, which diluted the value of the company. Because when they IPO'd at a $400 million market cap. They're now roughly at the same price as their IPO, but their market cap's $1.5 billion.
Do you think Elon will ever put SpaceX on the public market?
Starlink, yes. SpaceX, no. Because SpaceX profits are being rolled back into moonshot, quite literally, moonshot projects.
Hi, people. I have a question because I'm from Europe, Austria, and the consumer banks are skyrocketing because we have actual spread. The banks giving you credits for over 6%. To say you have to pay 6%, but when you give the bank your money, they say we guarantee you only 1 year the free percentage and then we give you less. Now my question is it in the US the same, so that I have maybe an opportunity to get to secure myself for a half year for the earnings and then I can jump out, or is it in the US different?
Probably different than what I think you're expecting.
Is this like a GIC? Is that what he's?
Anyone, any recommendation for a course? Yale, Schiller, or is it not a good opinion?
Artie, I guess this is kind of indirectly related to the market, but what are your thoughts on the possibility of China escalating to a war by trying to possibly take over and/or invade Taiwan? What do you think the viability of that actually happening within the next couple of years is?
I'm not a military expert, but my understanding is that any amphibious landing on Taiwan is only good for, I think, 2 or 3 specific beaches, which I imagine themselves are incredibly heavily defended against amphibious assault. The next would be some sort of aerial assault, but my understanding is China's heavy lift capacity is not nearly as much as U.S. Air Force. So, from a military logistics perspective, I'm going to go with slim to none. From a will of the Chinese people, probably also slim to none. It's only Chinese leadership who are trying to make waves by claiming Taiwan as Chinese. I think partly because they want to control the semiconductor knowledge which Taiwan currently owns. US homegrown fab, I believe, is only 11 nanometer, and TSM, I think, has already gone to the 3 or 2 nanometer space. So imagine being able to control that and then erect massive export fees to the US. Politically, it's politically, what's the term? I'm sure the Chinese leadership are salivating at the prospect of being able to bend the US over their knee.
Ransom. They're interested in holding us ransom for
Yeah,
upstarting
ransom's a good term.
Taiwan.
Does TSM use ASML machines, the Dutch company? It's one of the leading. I forget the proper terminology for the type of machine. Do you know?
Yeah,
do
the
you know?
lithographies do come from that Dutch company, but they modify it in Taiwan after purchasing a machine from that Dutch company.
Oh, all right. I didn't know that.
So you can't buy this machine from this Dutch company and then be able to produce 2 nanometer chips. That's not how it works.
My understanding of the citizenship in Taiwan is of all of the academics and the people who are well educated, at least, are under the impression that if they were to go to China, they would disappear.
Like any Taiwanese citizen?
I'm not a Taiwanese academic, so I'm not sure.
What about the Russian situation? Do you think Vladimir Putin is going to do a war of attrition until he's exhausted all military resources and the Russians finally decide to revolt? Or what is your opinion on that situation?
7 years at least.
So strategically, I think the West is prolonging the war.
Ukraine may very well become Russia's Vietnam.
Well, Zelensky's in London today. He addressed the British Parliament, the entire British Parliament, and some special delegation members that attended. And I think that the move is that Britain's going to offer. Well, Britain's offering to train pilots, and they're going to give them gear. And then I think other allies are going to start doing more. So I think
I think it's going to be slow. I think the West has a game plan to prolong it until Russian citizens want to revolt themselves, and then it gets into potential leadership change. But if the war's ended today, Putin just, licks his wounds a bit and then gets control again.
Possibly, but the money aspect is the military-industrial complex. Defense stocks.
Some people have discussed the viability of a decapitation attack against Russia, basically assassinating Putin. The problem with that is you don't know who will take power in that vacuum, and that person could be worse. The enemy you know, so to speak.
So the war makes it an extended war makes it more profitable. To some people. To some people. For stock, weapons in stockpile, using up old weapons, that kind of thing.
Well, one, it's to prove that the old weapons worked, even though they're now, 15, 20 years old. So great for selling to second-tier countries, let's say, basically non-NATO.
Yeah.
And then because stocks are down, or inventory is down, defense manufacturers can tell first-tier countries, hey, get the latest and greatest. You saw what we did so well. We could do even better.
There you go. There you go. It's like it's a whole training thing, and the ones that are going to come out on top. We discussed it yesterday. You know, the Raytheons, the Lockheed Martin, etc. Those are the ones to watch. Any weapons manufacturers. So
military budget that was just passed recently was another record of I want to say like 850 billion or somewhere around there, give or take like 20 or 30 billion.
It's not the U.S. military budget that should be raising headlines. I know Trump was pushing NATO to increase their military spending, so I'm curious to know to what extent other countries have increased military spending for 2023.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So,
and I think also we'll come full circle when we're back to synthetic fertilizer. Prolonged war means synthetic.
I heard you guys talking about China and Taiwan. So CSMC can make 5 to 4 nanometers. They're working on 2 to 3 right now in America, and the likelihood of China actually a hot invasion in Taiwan is almost zero. They don't need to do a hot invasion because they're all in the Republic of China. The diplomacy between them is really good. The status quo is working for everybody. And if there was a threat to these super sensitive fabrication plants over in Taiwan, it would basically break the entire point of the invasion.
Also, aren't there existing reciprocity agreements with Taiwan? I mean, the United States protects Taiwan.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's no need for the old-fashioned invasion type war. We're on an economic warfare playing field at this point between first world countries. If you're interested in the concept, though, there's a really great YouTube video. It's about an hour and a half long, and it goes through all of the military strength of China and all the military strength of Taiwan. And you can see Taiwan's fighter jets. They outnumber China's. You can see the American naval warships. The guy goes into really good detail about how it's just not feasible.
No, not a fight they'd want right now. Did you guys hear about in October that the Allies captured a T-90M, Russia's basically newest front battle tank? And that's like really, really bad for Russia because we have their tech.
Aren't there only like 12 of them?
I don't know.
Is that a platoon or a battalion or?
I don't know. I just know that one was picked, and now we have access and are basically ripping it apart, finding out what they're using, why.
And another thing is that ASML is like a Dutch company, but they're also in Cupertino, California, and they are not allowed to sell their advanced machines or parts for their machines or tooling for the newer machines to China.
Yeah,
so they're
what's
keeping these
stopping a
advanced chips for
middleman
China.
from posing as a European fab and then reselling into China?
Well, these as posing as a European fab and then selling it to China. Like, I don't know, but I know that China doesn't have the ability to get them
Because
now.
Western chips have been found in Russian military tech, even though there are embargoes and sanctions against it. So someone is profiting off of the black market for those items. I imagine it's similar for those ASML fabs.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's similar for the chips themselves. For the actual like lithography machines, though, I haven't seen anything that would hint towards that yet. But I'm sure. But the thing is, that these are like $300-400 million machines, all at the end of the day. So to be able to smuggle that into pieces and maintain their accuracy and their level of tolerance would be pretty difficult to do.
So what's the play?
American Semiconductors.
Yang.
I thought that the Taiwanese semiconductors were the real bargain here.
Well, Taiwan Semiconductor is coming to America. They're coming to outside of Phoenix.
Yeah, but are they
And
putting a 2 mm fab? I thought they're only putting a 10 mm fab there.
They no, they're putting a 5 to 6 millimeter fab. But Intel is putting a 2 to 3 millimeter fab because they are getting the new high NA lithography machine. Well, they're actually that's not true. They're putting like their 5 millimeter factory down in the Phoenix area too. But they have dibs on the new prototype from ASML to have the 2 to 3 nanometer chips. And that one's going into their plant that's already established in Oregon. They're going to retrofit it for the high NA lithography machine.
So
That's
British
interesting,
military.
but
Okay.
I would say that the nanometer is actually not one of the most important things. I think everyone's going to get down to 2 at some point, but whether they're using 2.5D or 3D packaging, because then you can get more layers and on a single chip rather than the traditional 1 or 2D design. If 3D basically increases it by another, I don't know, exponentially, I guess.
Yeah,
You're adding
yeah.
another dimension.
I know. We're just being lazy in our talk. I'm just trying to explain the ranking system, and I'm just kind of using that as a way to express like the better chip.
Yeah,
The other
I
thing
guess
you
the
have
play
to
there is who has 3D and the lowest nanometer.
So the problem with
Well,
the 3D stuff, right? Sorry, go ahead, Hardy.
the problem with either of those things is the yield. So, in a lab environment, it's not hard to produce a 2 nanometer chip. It's very difficult, however, to produce a billion 2 nanometer chips.
Yeah, and the thing with 3D is that you need these chips to cool off. It's hard to have a chip that cools off quickly, but there's been a lot of research into cubic boron arsenide, which has 10 times the thermal capacity, which would open up the door to allow for these 3D stacking chips, which would really help with the speed and processing power of chips if you can cool it faster. So that's something that I'm also looking out for. They had their first test run at the University of Houston, and like the next day or the next business day, Warren Buffett bought in like $20 million of TSM. So I think that's
Wow.
I think
From a heating perspective, I don't know if this is going to reach consumers, but on the commercial kind of large server farm scale, they're producing smaller chiplets, which if you know how these silicon wafers come out, the smaller the chiplet, the more yield you get because you don't waste the silicon on the outside edge of the circle when it's being made. But then you stack multiple chiplets into a very large die. So we're talking maybe 4 or 5 inches on the die, and then you get the thermal, a higher thermal capacity.
Yeah, and there's definitely something to that. But another thing about yield is not everybody needs the Cadillac of chips, right? Like the chip shortage is actually like the B range chips. That's where like most of the demand is. So what they're going to be focusing on, what TSMC is going to be focusing on is fulfilling that demand of things that go in like higher end stuff like automobiles. Graphics cards, that kind of stuff. And then Samsung is going to have probably lower yields, but they're going to have more advanced chips that have a smaller that they can charge more for, but it's a smaller audience. Things like high data processing centers, trading floor machines. I think AI is going to suck those chips dry, man. They're just they're gonna pump that suction in there, and then there's like military aspects as well. There's a couple of others.
Are you suggesting there are ASIC AIs or some evolution beyond FPGA that's AI specific?
The FPGA stuff, that I think is actually part of TSMC, but I gotta look more into that. I think they're the one. Well, actually, no, it's AMD who bought up the FPGA company. What were they called? Astrix or something. It's like the largest merger in corporate history or something. I can look it up. I'm at work right now. I gotta get back to work, but just look up largest corporate merger in history. So they're the ones that with the FPGAs, which allows for the modularity of high speed chips. So I don't know if that answers your question. I'm not totally sure.
But basically, Intel is going to have the fabs for these high-end processor chips. They have top designs. They're building 4 new foundries. NVIDIA, AMD, everybody's going to want to come to them to make their higher-end chips. TSMC, I think, is going to still build high-end chips, definitely, like totally B plus, A minus chips. But they're going to be they're going to a larger demand of people.
I think you were referring to Xilinx. Their acquisition, their acquisition by AMD, because they have the world's first fabless chip. Or no, wait, fabless manufacturing tool, fabless manufacturing model, programmable. Yeah, it's probably a chip. Yeah. It was Xilinx. Just a couple of years ago during the pandemic, they got bought up, and I think I sold the stock a couple of days before it got bought. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, I know.
So, anyways, I got to get back to work, but yeah, that's my input. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
The what architecture that they're going to build in, where is it, Ohio and outside of Phoenix, really is just kind of a that's just like small talk. The whole point was to get fabs into the United States, to get that initiative rolling, and also to get people to commit, whomever they were, foreign entities, Intel, whomever they might have been, so that you can. This is one of those expanding market things. It's a market that it has existed. It just hasn't existed here very locally, and so it's going to interest Intel. It's going to interest a lot of the designers to have the capacity that is building capacity local, so they can actually talk to those individuals, see what they're working on. You don't have to conduct so much espionage. Not that was a huge deal anyway, but to get it over here, because the investment over time is going to grow. So whatever the modern fab techniques become, they'll be here. We'll be aware of them, and we need to build a new concrete building for it. I was just pointing that out. That the nanometers, for Taiwan Semiconductor, was 10 nanometers apparently is what they were going to build. But what was it? Maybe 6 months later, they dropped the nanometer scale down. They're just trying to get people to commit to have them here.
Yeah, and there's also they have to replace all the Huawei telecommunications. So there's a huge business demand, and there's a whole demand and business case for having chips domestically under the control of America, for national security reasons. And with the advancement of water treatment and water usage and recycling and automation, so you don't have to have such labor, because at least America's problem is high expensive labor. Oh shit, I'm getting a phone call. But it's feasible now for America to have domestic chip production, and they want to be the leaders in it.
So is there a lot of Huawei infrastructure equipment in the US?
Not in the US. Most of it's been phased out for a while. Because there was the whole kind of war, so to speak, on who's going to build the 5G networks. And most of the Western countries kind of let the US decide and said no Huawei. So even Europe, Canada, they all said we're going to use other manufacturers for 5G. I'm curious about 6G, because 5G didn't really give us the benefits that were promised. It still can't be used for real-time application that was promised.
Yeah, I think here in Britain, there was quite a bit of Huawei infrastructure. And I think some other Chinese infrastructure like Hikvision and stuff like that. But there's a move to phase them out as well. Not sure what they're being replaced with.
quantum computing.
I was referring to the mobile network infrastructures and some of the other network infrastructures that use like Huawei routers and other equipment.
I'm forgetting one because I think there were three, but I know Cisco and Juniper were some of the big ones replacing Huawei.
I remember years ago I owned American Tower Corporation, and it was just a dollar stock. So I'm not real. It's no longer a dollar stock. I don't know exactly what happened.
You know what? There's a whole other aspect of AMD that I didn't realize just by going on Xilinx.com. I didn't realize how vast AMD's business model is now. And it seems like they have a huge potential to grow as well. Anybody look up Xilinx with an X, Xilinx?
I can look nothing up. Remember all the porcelain I have. I'm packaging up a 1901 beer stein.
Is the person who mentioned apps, APPS, still on here?
Yeah, that was me.
What are your thoughts on it? Because I was looking at another one, APP, also earnings end of day today. I'm kind of split though, because a lot of their revenue is advertising. I was thinking Google, they had lower advertising numbers. Maybe these two stocks will miss as well. But then I realized it's like primarily mobile advertising. And I think that might be growing with like TikTok and all those other apps.
Yeah, that's what I've been reading. It was recently downgraded from a buy to neutral, like I think last week. Apps was, and it was downgraded to about $16 where it sits right now. So it needs to have good earnings for it to really fucking take off, because the bulls are basically looking at forward revenue for the next couple years, but I don't think that would be good enough to save it this time. So they really need to do something with their earnings, because they do have a lot of debt. Their debt has increased, but in terms of mobile ads and so forth, I don't think it would be significant enough. But as Google's facing issues with that same thing, I'm 50-50 now on apps.
Yeah, I'm kind of split as well, especially because companies are missing, but then they're giving this rosy guidance and going up 10%. So you really never know.
Yeah, it's the ad revenue that I'm looking for, and its ad revenue has been beaten down, like as you've noticed with Google and so forth. So this is going to be a tough one to play, but they're both have a high expected move of at least 18%. But of course,
that's
it's the
what
direction.
got
Which
them
one
on
is
my
it?
rate.
Right, like if you buy puts on it and it drops 18%, but it's already down 64% in the year, like damn. But it beats the previous, like they beat on previous earnings and they've gone up. So it's again like it's down a ton for the year. So it's hard to say, but that's the only reason I was leaning bullish.
Yeah. Did you find anything specific for mobile ad spend?
No, I have not. I haven't seen their specific mobile ad spend.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything good either.
Yeah, like their debt holdings, that's going to be I think, could be a big conversation piece, but their cash holdings wasn't even that high either. I think it was like 80 million, and then their debt was like 200 million of some sort. I probably have the numbers a little bit off, but I know their cash was at least like 82 million last earnings.
I'm also curious if their ads are like the legitimate ones, or they're like the crazy ads you see on a free app that are super annoying and you have to wait like 15 seconds to go to the next page or whatever. Because I would actually almost say those could increase, because I've seen a lot more apps that have those stupid ads.
Yeah, and then like monthly ad, users and subscribers and so forth, they could benefit from, right? Like you've mentioned, TikTok and so forth. It just depends how integrated they are and how much reach they've been getting, which I haven't heard too much about. But I need to look back on why they took off last earnings. Because if you recall, I think they went up like 64% on last earnings, something of that nature.
Yeah, something like that. I also looked at the insider trades, and it was mostly just scheduled options or scheduled sells, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, I've been trying to look for any unusual activity on apps also for options, but I haven't seen any come through. So it looks like last earnings, apparently the revenue was dropping, but future prospects is what gave us, the powerful sign for moving up, and their partnerships. But I haven't seen any partnership agreements completed. And if their revenue is dropping, like that might have been good news for last time for forward-looking guidance, but they can't say it twice in a row without showing proof,
Mm-hmm. And there were some articles I read that, advertising increased at the end of November and December. But again, I don't know if it went to these app companies. And they probably decreased advertising budgets for the fourth quarter just because everyone was yelling recession in the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a combination of they beat earnings, although revenue was down, and then a combination of like the stock market actually going up, right? So that kind of fueled its rally. And then their forward guidance on partnerships. So now SPY looks like it's going down. The stock itself is down. Apps. So, which direction now? It's really tough. But I was looking at February 17th expiration dates on options. If you were bullish, the $18 call and the $17.50 calls had some good volume in OI.
I was looking at some in May just because they seem super cheap. I know they're not a lotto ticket for earnings, but the one on APP in May, pretty cheap in my opinion. And you could recover some if it does take off, 10%. You won't lose everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid company overall. I mean, their PE is high at 33 because, again, they're betting on the future for what they think they can do. So with that revenues and so forth. So all that to say, is it really cheap or is it not? I mean, it used to be a really expensive stock at like $56. And then it dropped to a $10 low. Of course, buying at $10 was the deal there, but that looks like it's support for now. So going out to May probably won't be the worst idea. Do you have any insight on the app stuff?
I mean, to a large extent, they're pretty similar, both in the kind of mobile app and mobile advertising business, and their charts, I mean, are pretty close. APP app was up to 42 last June, and now it's down to 12.
Yeah, the APP options are significantly cheaper. Wow.
Yeah, there were some downgrades. I don't think anyone went to sell, but there was buy to neutral, but their price targets were still 18, 20, and there was one in January for 7 though.
And then I think there's another one that had earnings called Perry. Are you familiar?
I may have looked at it. Is it in the mobile business as well?
Yeah, Perion Network. I think they just had earnings. I can't remember.
They're down almost 10%.
And they beat earnings. Yeah,
Did they really?
it must have been
Oh.
It must have been February 7th was their earnings.
Yeah, I was looking at that one. I almost played this one, yesterday. Well, digital advertising. I mean, that one's similar too. I may pick up some of those May puts.
Yeah, looking at what Perry did for earnings and any weakness there could be indication of what's going on, what could happen with apps and app.
Yeah, you just never know. I mean, all the oil companies beat and went up, so those were pretty easy plays. And then all the big techs, Google, they all were hit in the same ways. So I'm hoping that these mobile ad companies will also be hit.
Yeah, looking at Perry, they on their fourth quarter, their revenue growth of 33% year over year, which is pretty solid. Maybe the bad news could be associated to them naming a new CEO.
Maybe. I'm trying to find the forward-looking guidance they gave.
Yeah, their advertising revenue increased 49%. EPS 90 cents versus 59 cents. Their outlook, they saw revenue of 720 million versus the consensus of 730, which I guess it's the same. Yeah, strange that they're down.
Might have been something said in the conference call.
Yeah, I think it's the new CEO and momentum they need to pick up. So that people are like, well, I'm not going to stick through this yet. All right, straddle on apps it is then.
I'm going to come back on that. I'm going to read through and potentially listen to the conference call a bit. But a straddle does seem like the smart move.
Yeah, I'm gonna play light if I do play options. Not gonna go in heavy at all. And then of course IV, right? Is it still high? Yep, 157%. So definitely go further out expiration.
I was looking at upcoming earnings and I saw Tootsie Roll. I didn't even know it was publicly traded, but they're near all-time highs. Have you guys following them?
Ticker?
TR, Tootsie Roll.
Is it what we think it is?
Yeah, the candy company. That's why I'm just kind of laughing to myself. I didn't know they were publicly traded or that they're doing so well.
I thought they were owned by like a conglomerate of sorts. Yeah, they were at 52-week high recently. Jeez, this 1-year chart is better than my chart. Who the fuck is betting on Tootsie Roll? We got Lyft earnings as well. Anybody based off of Uber? I think Uber went down. They didn't do good, or did they do good? I can't remember. Looks like Uber beat. Oh, they dropped around 10. Now they're climbing back up. Look at calls on Lyft.
Uber has way more of an international presence than Lyft does, along with Uber Eats. To be honest, I haven't looked into the specific details of how much revenue that's bringing in, but it's just something to consider. I know Lyft is more not nearly as internationally, or not nearly as much of an international presence.
Would that be the deciding factor of whether Lyft will do good or not? Did anyone decide on direction for a firm?